Yeah. That's yours right now, and then yours over there. Oh, we got Colon Dee.
All right, welcome to tonight's live stream, this 2-5 deep set game. We're already getting things going. We're in hand one here of this live stream. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Trey in the commentary booth tonight. What's up, Trey? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty well tonight. Hope the night's finding y'all well out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here we are. Again, first hand, we're already in it. Heads up here with David and John. 5-10 deuce. So John catches a 10. It's going to check around.
John electing to check back top pair on a fairly dynamic board here. Not the most secure of top pair hands you can find.
Yep.
And gets a little bluff from David here.
And the board pairs with the deuce on the river. And yeah, David still telling a story with the hearts on the board. That's 70. John, though, doesn't believe him. He's going to call. He's going to say, hey, you got to show me.
Yeah, you don't really check back top pair to fold to too much action. Your hand just looks very underrepresented when you do a play like that. So sometimes you can kind of induce a bluff like that. Sometimes you can almost trap yourself against a bigger hand.
Yeah,
but that time worked out great for John. David had air. The board didn't come too scary for his hand.
What time's the first pitch? So we do got a few players here, some faces I haven't seen before here on the live stream, some new faces, but I am so happy to see the return of the legend himself, Mr. Bill, here on the live stream. Appreciate him coming through. It's been a while since we've seen Mr. Bill, so pretty happy that he's here on the live stream.
Yeah, glad to see him. It's definitely been a while.
Ray 75 for 344.
V.S. and Robert, 1-2 below, table 22.
Fold 7, fold 8. And call. It's up. Okay. Right.
So heads up 3-bet pot here, and John following the same tact as the previous hand. Checking back An overpair of aces on a 10-high, 2-suit board. And again, induces the semi-bluff from Bill, raises him off of it, and takes it down. 2 spots, the same choice, and both maximizing for John there. Good start to his night.
Now, if you remember, John did win event 1 of our Run Good series back in April. It was a chop pot, but he did end up taking up the most of the first place prize pool, as well as the trophy and the ring for the Run Good series.
That's right. I remember that was one of our first few shorts as well. John with the ace-king.
Yep.
The other player with the king-queen, top 2 pair on the flop, check raising them all in. And falling victim to a 3-outer, I believe, or maybe a backdoor flush. I can't remember.
It was a backdoor flush.
Okay.
That he went runner for to complete. And here he is now raising with ace-queen to 25. David, the only one going to give him action, going to call with 10-9 off. Oh, never mind.
There's
There's
big blind and the David and another David in the cutoff.
We got double David. Wait, how's that? Wait, what?
This is going to be, and they have the same photo. I might need to go out there and...
yeah, we might need to fix that. How do we have a double David?
This looks very unfair.
All in from 6. Roll 9, but the only person that likes to play is Trey.
Oh, so...
You can try play, but...
Yep, seat 9 is also David.
It is
along
also
with
David,
seat
but it's
6.
not his photo.
It's the opposite of
Yeah.
Huh,
Both of them with the Naval Academy hat
185
in the photo at least.
I can play on the weekends in the morning, but you guys probably sleep in there.
No, I can play on the weekends in the morning.
Yeah? You should play. Like.
Yeah, so now David is going to rip it all in. He does have a pair of 9s. He is in the lead. John, ace-queen, talking things over.
John did c-bet 3 ways with his ace-queen high. And now he's getting it back to him, and he needs about 30% equity to make this call. As we can see, he has 22%. John really needs to have David to have some straight draw type hands for John to call this. And ace queen high just not going to do it, so John folding there.
Nine hearts. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, guys, so appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Speaking of tournaments, we did start off our main event of our Summer Swing Series. $600 buy-in, 100K guarantee in the prize pool. Had 85 entries, I want to say. Maybe a few more last time I checked for day 1A. Of course, we will have the final day on Sunday, and we will live stream the final table of the main event. Hopefully, we'll get that live stream up and running around 7 o'clock at night, 7 or 8 o'clock. I'm seeing David and John mix up quite a bit here. James looking to set mine with pocket trays. Johannes
Raise to 85 from the 9.
does fold, and now the David that is not that other David, 3 bets at the 85 with ace queen off. So action does fold around to the other David here with the navy hat. 8 deuce off. Yeah, we'll get the pictures fixed here in just a second, guys.
I don't trust him.
These are my content. Actually, I only get 175. I'm just 175.
That's cool. All in from 6.
Wow. Rips it all in with 8 deuce off? Wait a minute, hold on. Something's not right here.
They do. And a call. All right. I'm going to throw that back to you right there.
Yeah, I'm going to assume the sensors are off. That seems pretty wild to go all in with that. Well, if he does have 8 deuce, he does have a deuce on the flop.
Hey, you want it? All right, flip show. What do we got?
One pair.
He really had 8 deuce. He really had 8 deuce, and he got ace queen to call, and he's picking up a pot. What is going on? He really went all in with 8 deuce off. That was his actual hand.
Which one is you're the brown club?
It's on TV and you give me a little gift.
If you're not coming, can I take a seat?
Yeah.
Actually, I just stay.
Can we swap on here, people?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Would you like a straw?
15 for 4.
Wow, David going wild, getting it with 8 deuce off. That's crazy. Now he gets king tray suited. At least it's a suited hand this time.
Yeah, and David came in for like the min buy in like 335,
He
so
did. Yep.
definitely outperforming expectations going for something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a 4-way flop here.
John with king 7 suited, Sapp with 6 tray, and let's see, 9-8 tray flop. So
Pair
both
of threes for both Sapp and David.
and David, yeah.
Sapp going for a small flop c-bet, and David going for a small flop raise as well.
And now James, who is open-ended, is going to 3-bet it to 150.
Yeah, I already liked his chances on this flop with this hand, but now with this action, probably just going to scoop this pot right away.
Well, I mean, James just saw David scoop up a big one with 8 deuce off. So
Yeah, often when you see a small flop raise by somebody, they're kind of seeing where they're at with a one-pair type hand. They don't really want to commit a big portion of their stack in.
1950s, just kidding.
Not that, not
The
that.
1950, the wine,
Yeah.
just a hot tea. Yeah, 22, that one.
1942?
The hot tea. You serious? Yeah, why call you? I can't drink anyway, so just a hot tea. Yeah, green tea.
I believe 1942 is some sort of liquor, John.
is.
Not a wine, not a tea.
very much so.
But he's just joking around with it because
Yeah.
that's one of the few drinks
One of the drinks
that are not on the house for playing the live stream.
Correct. Yes.
1942, it's on me now.
For the first round, at least.
Mm-hmm. Wow, early fireworks, man. It's kind of crazy that we saw David taking down that pot with 8 deuce off against ace queen. A pair of deuces gets it done.
So I do know David in seat 9 plays a good amount of 2-5 in the room.
That he does.
Johannes obviously plays a good amount 2-5 and higher, and a good amount on the live stream as well.
Spencer, yeah, we do a complimentary first round of drinks for our initial 8 for the live stream. And again, it's just the first round for the initial 8. So like for players that join later and everything, they unfortunately miss out on it. Queen 10 king on this flop. David has a straight draw. Sapp with the pair of 10s.
David electing to get aggressive immediately. And he's going to win it with the Robbie, it looks like.
He is. Wow. Straight does complete for David.
Got to show it. It's the Robbie. Do it.
Got to do it.
Please.
Do it. Do it. He did kind
I
of
think
show
it was a 1 card he showed, maybe.
yeah, he showed half of it.
You gotta show the Jack 4. You gotta show the 10 deuce.
David having a good run so far for sure. And again, as Trey mentioned, he did min buy, and he's already doubled that and then some.
Yeah, often when you see a person buying for the minimum at 2-5 here, it's fairly uncommon in the live stream, especially.
Mm-hmm.
You often expect them to maybe only want to fire once and sometimes play a little tight. So David's definitely breaking both of those molds.
All right, so John is going to go ahead and raise it up to 20 on the button, 8-6 offsuit. It's a one gapper, playable hand on the button.
Yeah, fine stealing hand in position here.
David's going to go ahead and call Jack 5-7.
Open ender for John, nothing for David. So
35.
Yeah, this time David's like, all right, can't do anything with this one.
All you need is waste, and then I fold. I don't have anything anyway, so.
Talked about Mr. Bill earlier. First time seeing him on the live stream in a while. Same for Johannes. Johannes had been away from us for a little bit, and he's back on the live stream streets for tonight. No, he said he's been having to take care of other things, but it is good to see him back on the live stream.
10 to go.
James, we saw last week on the live stream as well.
oh, that's right.
I told him I was like, wait, last week you were wearing a Royals hat. Now you're wearing a Detroit Tigers hat on the live stream. He told me he's he has a collection of hats representing bad teams. I was like, but the Royals won a World Series a couple years back.
I know, no more than a decade ago.
Yeah. All right, so we are, looks like 3 ways to the flop here. David, no surprise. David just wants to play any 2 cards. And he gets a pair of trays on his flop. However, a pair of 8s for JSapp. 7 on the turn. Now, David is open-ended.
Yeah, but Sapp has a gutter. They basically flipped their outs around.
That they did. But the 9's going to get there to give Sapp
150.
the check mark with the straight.
David's actually going for value here with his 2 pair. Just kind of hoping to get called by maybe a 10 or a hand like 8-7. But a raise.
Yeah, it's a min raise too, 300. Yep. That's usually a sign a min raise like that. It's like, yeah, they got it.
Especially on a 4-liner board. It's just it's got to be a straight.
Yep.
They're not even trying to make you fold when they only raise the minimum.
He does call it off, yep. Pretty big one there for JSapp. Is going to take this down. Decent size. Pot to start off the live stream.
Yeah.
Somebody check. And go. Go back. 15 from the 2. Somebody check. Go 3. Call 4.
Late 13.
And you want the 2, right? 3, right?
Yeah, man, whatever.
Let's go. Good?
So for all the hands we know, this is pretty decent flop for all of them. JSapp top pair, Johannes middle pair, David bottom pair.
Call 4. Raise.
Have some fun.
100 from the 6, fold, and the 8.
David gonna turn his bottom pair into a bluff, raising Bill's C-bet and JSapp's call.
Fold in the 2. And call. Heads up. Check.
certain what direction this hand's going to go in, to be honest.
Ken, you ready? You can try if you want. Or you can be under the gun, whatever you want to.
Let's say 100. Like, are you ready? 100, yeah. Put 100, just put 100.
He needs a beer for you.
He knows. The card didn't look good until we got something to drink. Not yet. I don't miss yet.
5 to go.
Oh. He was right.
Yeah, now you have the new aces now.
20 bucks from the 2, full 3.
Oh my god.
Call 4. 20 bucks to go.
Still there. Still there.
So David had the 8 deuce earlier for the big pot. Now in their mix with the 8-3.
Call 7.
Have a still.
Hold it. Hold 9.
And we have the best bet heads up here. 5 ways to the flop.
Mr. Bill, can you put your cards on the diamond for me, please? Thank you, appreciate you. You got 5.
And it looks like David flops the best of it here. Middle pair with his 8-3 offsuit. And he may just get it in here. Looks like he only has about $100 left in his stack. There's already that much in the pot on the flop. HN has a flush draw and overcard, so he has a
He knows bad dealer. Dealer can mix up on. Heads up on side.
offsuit 6. 8-3 still in the lead. Has to dodge half of the deck.
Check. Check. Flip show. Let's see how
Wow,
many
he
picks.
does. 8-3 is going to take it.
You got an ace. Check, please.
Read the nuts. Another nuts.
I cannot believe it.
David chipping another pot with another
Making you all the money.
questionable pre-flop hand, to say the least.
All the premium. I got a straight draw. I had a flush draw. Never hit the first hand. Nice hand.
What?
Oh, really?
I can't wait to see the stats at when we check them out an hour into the stream to see
Nice.
But it doesn't show it here.
That's
what
why we
exactly is
don't let
going
Seth do what Seth does.
Just give them one. Give one of them a last name, like a last name.
Jed. Yeah, David Jed.
We'll see if that helps it out. Because it looked very unfair with 2 guys in the same picture.
So like
Playing against a different guy in
Always
5.
give me something to play first hand, and I always lost it.
I think we know David's
full 2, full 3.
And a try.
25 bucks from the 4.
Oh, wow.
I heard the table talk
What are you talking about?
about playing pickleball.
25 to go.
That's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah. Talking about playing on a weekend. Full 6, full
Wow,
7.
David
Full 1.
getting a little crazy earlier with 8-3, 8 deuce, and then just calling with queens pre-flop here. Setting a little bit of a trap.
Just the heads up action.
Again?
Yep. Check.
King high flop. Sapp not electing to c-bet his ace-9.
Go ahead and call for some bust. No, dude, he's got the deuce, 100%. I got the queen. Oh, pocket side. Buddy. Too late.
Probably suckered out with the king.
It's just almost the dream situation for David there. You show a few garbagey hands that you're playing, then get dealt a pre-flop monster.
6. 5 to go. 25 from 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Call 1. 25 to go. Call 2. Call 4. You didn't even ask the most important question. What's that? Which photo popped up?
Oh, I don't know.
Raise from the 6.
I don't know which one is.
Which one does the system think is more important? Call 7. Just use the call and the 1.
Double bomb.
$50.
So David did not 3-bet queens, but now 3-betting 9 deuce. And Bill making a big counter move here, going all in. Over the top of these guys.
Just walk back in. Oh, I see HN's in the game now too. All right.
Yep, HN's been here for just a few hands.
Nice, nice, nice. And Mr. Bill ripping it all in here. Pre-flop action. King 8 suited for James.
Yeah, I think it may have went HN 25, couple callers, then David 50 with the 9 deuce. James call, HN calls, and now Bill just stuffing it in their faces.
Any deuce, and I have a deuce, but it's in 2 corners. Just sold one.
I'm gonna scoop that pot.
Mr. Bill's like, you know what? I feel okay taking all this down pre-flop. Let me just go ahead and rip it all in.
I think he just felt like nobody was that strong.
Yep.
Felt like that money out there was just a little unprotected. That's the best way to describe it.
Yep.
I was just trying to get out all the like 3 whatever.
Oh, the 8 threes or 8 twos?
Yeah.
5 to go.
Finally had it.
20 bucks from the 4. Call 6. Fold 7.
As we continue on with the action here, JSapp's already raising the 20 with his Queen 8 suited.
Photos are fixed as well.
I see that now. Yep. Yes, I guess whenever there's two people the same name, it just duplicates it for some reason. It's kind of weird.
Or at least did in that instance.
In that instance, yeah. Wow, what a flop for Jack 9.
Yep, double gutted. HN with top pair, no kicker. It looks like David's going to be on the fire, but just a little bit.
And HN's going to raise it to 75. Oh, I see he's got a pumpkin there. I was like, oh, it's a lot of red chips for HN, but the pumpkin's there. I see it now. Raise it to 75 with his pair of kings.
Call 3.
John's going to call. Now here's David, who has been kind of like our wild guy here.
He's been a loose cannon so far tonight.
Yep, but he is going to let this go. All right, so we are heads up with John and HN.
Heads up.
Now
The board does pair, so now 2 pair for HN.
3 spades on the board as well. That 7 turn also eliminated HN's kicker issues, or at least reduced them.
Oh no, but the queen does get there to complete John's straight.
John's a pretty solid, buttoned-up player, so HN should probably know his king's no good here.
Well, I'm sure HN and John have played against
remember,
each other up.
John cold called a raise on the flop, so facing a bet and raise, he called them both.
He did
Almost
fold.
every draw got there, so just not really a spot to call with a king for HN.
Yeah, so John does complete a straight. But yeah, John and HN, of course, regulars in our room, play a lot of 2-5.
Doesn't matter. You're gonna show
A lot of 2-5.
You could watch it in 15 minutes.
Pretty much both of them, if there's no stream going, if there's almost in any instance, they'll be playing 2-5 if they're in the room. Unless there's some decent tournament, then John might be firing that.
I don't think you're trying to keep you up at night.
Yeah. What's that? Dang it. I can't sleep
You have nightmares like, ah.
Now, looks like we're waiting for the action tracker to complete the action and everything, so it's a little delayed here at the moment. Oh, it looks like it's stuck on the last hand. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, you did appreciate it. Well, what? You can explain any questions.
I need my.
I'll let you know. Fold it. Put it back. Fold. That's it. Click back.
Yeah, so it looks like the action tracker got messed up here, so.
The picture's still on.
No, it's something different.
It was a 7, the space on a turn.
Heads up.
And then the river is a queen of heart.
It's always us.
I'm guessing
That's why I say
maybe.
that you hit the bluff.
I don't know. Maybe cards didn't pick up or something.
Red jack.
I don't know.
That's why I say you have a 7.
Sometimes the action tracker ends up messing up. It's one of the things about the technology of things. All right, so David's got a mystery hand. 7, trade king on the flop, ace on the turn.
And truly with David, the mystery hand could be any hand.
But not good enough here. Sapp takes it down by throwing out a bet. So I had a chance to go out and check out how many entries were in for day 1A. They're about to hit their dinner break shortly here.
I got him bringing.
That's going to be 88 entries
I don't know why I'm shuffling.
so far before registration ends. It's not bad for a day 1A on a Thursday.
Yep, on a Thursday flight especially, that's a good start.
Yep, $600 buy-in, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. And especially with a lot of other things going on, especially World Series of Poker happening out in Vegas, which I know a few of us have either A, already been out to Vegas or are getting ready to head out to Vegas.
Yep. And also in the state of Florida, a couple of our closest competition also have 100K guaranteed tournaments this week.
A lot of tournaments happening.
Yeah, tournament fever is definitely not just in Vegas. It's throughout the country.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense too, like, especially for those that aren't able to make it out to Vegas and anything, so it's like put on something for the people that aren't able to make it. Ooh, David has pocket 6s. That might be the best hand he's played all night.
He had queens earlier.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, and he may well just like limp and jam with his 6s.
Well, James has already raised it to 60. Raised it to 60 with his pocket 8s. HN calls it Queen Jack. And David is announcing the re-raise as he mentioned.
But just clicking it back, going to 120 total.
Yeah, 120. Yeah,
Almost 40% of his entire stack committed.
So for James, it would be a 60 more to call with his pocket 8s.
James, I think, I'm going to elect to isolate him.
Yep.
Doesn't want to take a flop multi-way with a mid pair. Electing to go heads up with the loose cannon.
Yep.
Get them all in.
And there is the all-in from David, and then I would assume James is going to go ahead and just call. Yep. All right, so here we are. We're off to the races. And now James very much in the lead. James is going to scoop.
Yep, James is going to stack David here.
David's going to go ahead and looks like he's going to top back off, buy back in.
He got the 8, so take him off. Man, that would have.
I heard someone calling for a bad beat, but
Wasn't possible with this pair of hands.
nope, was not possible.
200, 300.
Yep. Yeah, David was playing 2-5 earlier, so it looked like he was trying to come in for 200, which is the normal min buy on our 2-5 tables out on the floor. But for our live stream, the buy-ins are deeper, so it's a 300 min with a 1500 max instead of the 200, 800 that we run on the floor.
Yep, and commonly, a lot of players playing this game buying for the max or close to it.
There are very few players that I see that min buy to a game.
Button straddle, Jacob. I had the 1 seat or the 2 seats card to go in the 1 seat spot. You might want to auto it. Call 6. Call 7. Hold 8. Hold 9. Hold 1. Hold 2. Hold 3. Check 4.
Hey, put your names on.
3 ways.
Jack 7 deuce flop. David again, another mystery hand for him.
Check 4. Check 7.
Really didn't hit anybody. James is a backdoor to clubs. Now the board does pair with a jack.
$40 and a 6.
David's going to go ahead and bet 40 here.
Wake up. Don't forget this game.
Yeah, he went to go program.
What did you just call that?
40 and a 6.
You got a goodie.
I was thinking of bluffing actually.
Mr. Bill, of course, wanted to watch the Rays game, so I had to step away and get that game programmed so our TVs will be able to pick it up. We're also right around the corner for the Christmas in July, our second biggest promotion of the year. Starts July 12th and will run through July 23rd.
25 and a 3.
Definitely one of our busiest times of year.
Absolutely. Like I said, it's our second biggest promotion. St. Augustine at Orange Park will also be involved in this promotion as well. Usually it's the last couple days of the promotion where it will be a shared promotion between all 3 rooms.
So David with queens again, and just like last time we've had this hand, he just called pre-flop.
Wow, what a flop for David though.
John flopping a gut shot, and the other David J flopping bottom pair. Top set is a super strong hand, not very vulnerable, so even for David, I think he's going to slow play this. Just kind of induce the action slowly here.
Wow, there's some really big stuff. I'm going to share this information with you guys with the Christmas in July promotion in just a minute after this hand is done, because we do got some pretty sick action here with the set of queens, and as Trey mentioned with John.
And David J going to take a card, it looks like, as well.
There he is.
If a 6 or king comes on the turn, that's going to be very bad news for David J.
Oh, 100%. Sets a 10 on the turn.
Coordinates the board a lot. John adds a second gut shot to the 9 in his hand.
Spade draw is also out there as well.
Turn that TV on right there.
175.
John is didn't look too in love with firing a bluff, but gonna take a shot at it here. And now David with 255 behind, facing a bet at 175. It's time to just kind of abandon the pretense and just shove it in.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
And hope to hold up against John's 8 outs.
Ooh, nice hand. Good pay. Well paid. I have 8 out.
He does. And he doesn't hit it.
That is not one of them.
So David does get that buy-in back.
And that does hit an 8 out hand in 7-5, but not the one John's holding.
Not correct, yeah.
8 out.
So check this out. So our Christmas in July promotion, on the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, those are going to be the days it's going to be the shared promotion days. $2,100 high hands on the 21st, $2,200 high hands on the 22nd, and then on Sunday the 23rd, $2,300 high hands. But check this out. There's going to be some opportunities here for some additional prizes on top of our high hand promotions. So, for example, on the very first day of Christmas in July, which is on July 12th, and that's a Wednesday, the 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and 5 p.m. winners are going to be winning card player cruise packages valued at almost $3,200.
Wow.
So that's pretty sick in itself. So you scoop yourself a $1,200 high hand plus a card player cruise package. That's a pretty big promotion.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, and then now this is going to be on. It's going to be one on each day. So, for example, on the 12th, that's going to be the 3 p.m. winner. On the 13th, you'll get that $1,300 high hand, and if you're the 4 p.m. winner, you'll get not just that, but also that card player cruise. There's going to be 12 card player cruise given away in total during this 12 days of Christmas, one per day. That's pretty sick, not going to lie. Obviously, you can check out bestbetjacks.com for all the information, but that's a pretty sick promotion. Juicy, juicy stuff.
So here we go, 4 ways to this flop. David with another very playable hand in Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, he does.
And flopping a flush draw.
Yeah, for David.
David J with middle pair.
HN has a wheel draw. He's on bet 50. David J with the pair of trays.
Call 6. Fold 9.
All right, so we're going to be heads up now with HN and David.
Both pretty wild players going head to head.
Board does pair with a deuce. You see all those outs that's still out there for David to take it down, and HN's going to go ahead and keep firing. Looks like he bet 150. David does call. And David's all about that action.
He's definitely about the action today. This is one of those hands where you can't really guess what's going to happen on the river.
Yep, and the board pairs again, so HN's ace will play.
Double paired.
Yep, double paired with the deuces and trays.
HN's going to fire one more bluff here, but he is bluffing with the best hand.
Yep. David will scoop, or HN will scoop it up.
Going to take down a nice sized pot there. With just ace high going to HN.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find out more information, like what is all included with the card player cruise packages. It's going to be part of these promotions. But I mean, that's pretty, I said, that's a pretty big promotion, all things considered.
Yeah, already Christmas in July is gigantic with about over 200,000 during those 12 days going out in high hands. And just smack that on top of it.
And of course, Card Player Poker Tour will be back with us in August as well for our summer tournament series. Beginning on August 10th and running through August 21st, the main event features a mystery bounty event.
25 in the 7th.
Tournament series are always fun. I always enjoy that time because like it's always a different feeling in the room. When
Yeah,
we get
definitely a lot more unknown or kind of returning players. One of those is obviously Mr. Bill himself.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since we've seen him, and he's back here for summer swing, I guess.
Yeah, just here for the weekend. He likes playing the 2-5 games here on Live
Okay.
Stream. It is a little bit of a trip for him because he is more South Florida coming up.
Call. 7.
All right, so we're heads up. Ace Queen versus pocket sixes.
It's probably one of the first heads-up pots we've seen in some time today.
That also didn't feature the other David.
Yeah.
105.
But David J here is going to go ahead and fire out 105.
Pretty innocuous board, jack high, 2 wheel cards. David going to try to c-bet and take it down.
But James is going to call.
Pretty good flop for sixes, so James does continue.
David does improve a little bit.
He does improve, but a 4 is still no good for
So
him
4 would be the worst card to come out for David J if that happens, because James will complete the better straight. He's gonna, yeah, again, bet 150 here. Does get James out of there.
here. Second barrel just felt strong enough for James to let that one go.
Yeah, not feeling too good about your sixes there.
Yeah, pre-flop 3-bet, bet and bet. 3 data points suggesting that your hand's no good, and even if your hand is good, you might be up against a drawing hand that has a lot of outs against you. Pretty tough position to play in for him.
But yeah, guys, once again, our mystery bounty event that's going to be taking place, the main event for the Card Player Poker Tour. Those bounty prizes are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K. Of course, we will live stream the feature to final table for day 2.
Along with the bounty drawings.
Yep, because I know people love to see those bounty drawings, especially if you're Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler scooped the 50 and 2 10s, I think, last year.
He scooped the 50, the 25, and the 15, I want to say, was what it was. It was like $80,000 in bounties that Tyler just pulled.
Yeah, I think he pulled more in bounties than the first prize for the tournament was.
And he final tabled, too.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, he had those bounties, and then whatever, I can't remember what he finished at, but it was also whatever he had that final table. Wow,
Well,
what
this
a
is a
flop.
pretty action flop here.
Yeah, Mr. Bill open-ended. David has a gutter.
Both with overpairs.
Yep.
So both are going to really like their hands. I won't be surprised if Mr. Bill just puts them all in right away.
He's going to call, though. Deuce on the turn.
Changing very little. This hand is definitely shaping up to be action, but
Yeah,
David electing to check back.
And the 10s are going to hold. Mr. Bill's going to fire 275.
River completes the 5 to the straight.
It does.
Completes diamonds. Whether by accident or on purpose, Bill is bluffing this hand, and David gonna make the call.
He did make the call.
Another big hand coming David's way tonight.
I've got. Yeah, I just called.
He didn't say raise. He just said call.
Yeah, he bet 275. Right?
Yeah, he never said raise.
Sorry, that was
You get there. You did the beer.
For sure. Yep.
Four. Yep. Call 6. 20 on the 7. Call 8.
RZ, 211 RZ. Table 10 RZ.
75 and more.
HN getting out of line a little bit here, 3-betting 9-8, and gonna get the call from David with 4 deuce. I feel like David's either gonna run up a pile tonight or burn 300 at a time. He's in every pot. So 3 ways to this flop. It's like HN in position. Unknown what the board is right now, but wow, what a flop for James. Flopping the full house. Both David and HN flopping straight draws. And HN going to c-bet bluff into both of them.
Does get David out there. James is going to go ahead and just call. Rightfully so. I mean, just flopping the full house.
Whether HN has a really strong hand or not, James doesn't really have any reason to raise.
He's going to check it over to HN.
HN will be aggressive with any big overpair for James, so he doesn't really need to be aggressive with his full house. And the other upside of playing passively is you get HN to bluff. HN firing a second barrel with his gut shot.
Yeah, now for James here, I mean, kind of interesting to see what he does here. I mean, just call and to see a river and see and hope that HN can complete a hand. Instead, he's going to rip it all in here.
Kind of with the expectation that maybe HN has a lot of overpairs that can't fold. Maybe a hand like Ace Jack, King Jack.
Well, especially if it's like suited hearts.
Yeah. The upside of this play is just if HN gets spooked with those hands and checks back the river, then this play was definitely better. But if HN has bluffs, if he's going to go for value with a lot of those hands anyways, going all in on the turn kind of misses out. And HN just kind of posturing before folding.
Yeah, he's going to let it go.
Acting like he's making, acting like he has a decision. HN even said he had 5s. He's right.
Yeah, he is. He's right. James did flop the full house.
I raised 75 pre-flop. He raised like, he raised 20, right? 25. I put him on probably a real pair of it. He probably hit it. Who's him?
Well, James having a pretty solid night. Has over 2,300 in front of him. So he's definitely had a pretty solid first hour. Got Dallas, North Carolina checking in. Dallas, I'm assuming we'll see you in July for Christmas in July. I know you typically like to be here.
I know we'll see that guy a little before, right?
That we will, yeah, but that guy, of course, we'll see him. Sean checking in from Savannah. David has been one lucky dude tonight so far. Hey, listen, David likes playing hands. It's a thing that we've seen, and look at this. He's in there with 9 deuce. He's going to go ahead and call with 9 deuce off. One of these hands
is not like the other.
Exactly.
I was thinking that even before you said the first word.
Trey Queen 10 on this flop.
Bill with a gutter. HM bottom pair and JSapp with the under pair to the 2 top cards on the board.
I think I'm the deal.
So check. Checks to the 1. 30.
HM's going to go ahead and bet 30 here.
Call 2.
Going for a small, I think it continuation bet. I think he was the pre-flop raiser. Getting 2 calls.
Actually, I think everybody except 9 deuce called. So it's still 3 players at a turn. Now the board pairs.
Wow,
so
Bill turning a straight flush draw.
he does have the straight flush draw. He's not going to go anywhere.
No, he might even take a
would
little
say-
chance to bluff here.
No, he said check it. Doesn't get there, unfortunately.
He had so many outs that he didn't even know.
Yeah, he had, because I mean, straight flush draw had a lot of things, but it's going to look like it's going to check all around. So it's going down to showdown, and JSapp will take this down. But man, yeah, Mr. Bill had the world there basically with that turn card.
Yeah. Missed a bluff opportunity in sorts there.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he didn't fire out at it. But
Maybe just thought one of them had a queen or a 10.
probably. Yeah, maybe paired board for sure.
Big one. 6-6. Fold 7. 25 and 8. Fold 9. Call 1. Fold 2. Call 3. Call 4. Call 6. 5 ways.
David, can I get cards on the diamond, please? Cards on the diamond. Thank you.
So we have the best bet heads up here. 5 ways to this flop. David flopping middle pair, but John's still ahead with his pocket pair of 7s.
Check 8.
Although not by much.
Check 9.
No, definitely a lot of outs there against him.
Especially with 4 other players still in the hand with him.
Yeah, he definitely wants to thin this field down so that
65 in the 3 seat.
when the likely overcard comes on the turn, it's not as likely to have beaten him.
So JSapp's going to call though.
Yeah, JSapp has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
David, of course David's in there. He got a pair of trays.
Yeah, if he qualifies, as you would say.
Yep.
HN getting out of the way, so 3 ways to this turn.
4 on the turn.
That was HN's card.
That was HN's card.
Last one, Jake.
And David gonna fire out a little bluff here.
He is. That's 100.
When a guy can just have anything, it's just such an awkward position to play against when they get aggressive.
John does call it though. He's not afraid.
He does still have a straight draw to go with his 7s.
And an ace on the river.
200 in the 6.
A raise it, or a bet to 200 from David. John trying to get a tell on David. Looking at him.
He's definitely considering calling light here,
And he is.
and he does.
John so far has made the correct decisions on calling and stuff like that. Of course, you know, again, David being the wild man could have anything.
Yeah, sometimes against that type of play, you just have to kind of buckle down and call. Hope for the best. David's definitely been action. That hand puts a cap on the first hour of the stream.
Yeah, it
so
does,
Good
yeah.
time to show stats. I imagine David probably 95% plus VPIP.
Not as high as you would think, but I mean, it's pretty. Actually, I'm kind of surprised it's not the highest. We'll show VPIPs in just a minute, but there's the winnings right now. James up 832. JSapp is up. David is up. David J is up. John is even right now. Wait, that can't be right. John has up. I don't know. Something's not right with those stats.
Maybe the hand hasn't registered
Perhaps.
in
We'll
the
show,
stats.
so we'll show stats in just a minute. Wait for that to catch up because that didn't look right. So, okay, there we go. Now they reflect it. There it is. Yeah, James up 832. John up 565. JSapp up 244. David is up 108. HN right now the most stuck at the table, as well as Mr. Bill. But again, first hour in, and then here's a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, it's kind of wild. JSapp 1% higher than David.
I'm a little surprised by that. I felt like David's been in everything almost.
I thought that way too, but ooh, HN King Queen suited.
pass.
Does Ravens into 50.
Fold 2, fold 3.
Mr. Bill gonna let it go.
Looking like Colon 4.
I know JSapp's been in a lot of pots, but it just felt like David's been in almost every pot that he's been in.
Well, I think it's been more recognizable with David because of the hands that he's been playing.
That's true.
Like again, going all in with 8 deuce offsuit and winning a pot. That's going to bring more attention than anything.
That's true.
9-7 deuce flop. Speaking of 9 deuce, 8 deuce.
David does have a gut shot here.
He's going to check it. HM's going to bet 100 here.
Fold 1.
Lucas, 2-5 on the Holland, Lucas. Table 9, Lucas.
206.
Look at this. There's the min raise from David. HM does call and catches a king on the turn.
All of it, and a call.
Wow, David is going nuts here. Rips it all in, trying to hope he hits an 8. Does not. So HN is going to get quite a bit of profit back there.
David's bluff probably would have worked if HN didn't turn a pair.
Yeah, especially if it was a pair of kings.
But
Not going to get away
at least
from
in this
that.
situation. So David's going to reload once more.
Yep, we're going to reload back up.
Looks like I need 300. Yes, I appreciate it.
Well,
See how the next time goes.
yeah, David's came to play. He's firing another min bullet here. All right, let's take a look at those VPIPs again, because, yeah, this is the way it looks. Yeah, JSapp 70% VPIP. David 67. HN 60. Johannes, per usual, whenever Johannes is playing.
Yeah, that trio, HN, JSapp, and David, are definitely driving the action tonight.
That they are. Mr. Bill's trying to pick his spots as well.
James and Bill are up there a little bit, so it's still really good.
Yeah.
Good action game tonight.
Fold the next. Call in the 1, fold 2, fold 3. Raise,
Looks like we're
fold
going to
5,
get the Three Musketeers here in this hand.
Call 6,
HN limping in, JSapp raising,
fold 8.
David calling, and the blinds fold, so it's going to be just the three of them.
Call in the 1. Alright, we got 3 go.
Queen, king, flop.
Very locked down board here. And nobody with much of anything, so may just go bet and take it.
From the 4.
Bet a 35 from JSapp.
Fold 6. Give 5 to go. Fold around.
Yeah, it does fold around, so yeah, JSapp does take this one down.
Yeah, that's it.
I remember in the stream we had with Torelli that it was like Torelli and Greg in every hand, or what felt like, at least.
Yeah, definitely felt that way. George was in there a bit as well. Mario had a 90% VPIP after the first hour.
Small blind when you get
Yeah, kind of just sucked that he had to
He was gone
go
for a
AWOL
bit.
for a little bit.
Yeah.
straddle gonna be 10 to
It
go.
was
Yeah.
a very fun stream.
That was a very fun night in general, because we had, of course, that live stream game, and then right beside us was a must move into the live stream. Pretty cool rotation we had too, with all 4 of you guys at the time that were live stream dealers. You, Kirk, Jacob, and Tim, just rotating the entire night.
Yeah, it was a very special night for sure.
Yeah. Wow, mono board. And
Both Davids with a flush
yeah,
draw.
both Davids, and HN does get a pair of 7s.
David no J, also a gutter.
The HN kind of hates this flop though, seeing all diamonds.
Yeah, middle pair, all diamonds. Just not a very appealing situation.
Well,
Just
especially since the other 2 players are staying with it. 9 on the turn. That looks like that completed a straight for David. No J.
Yep. Only player with any equity is HN. Could hit an 8 on the river to make a better straight. But David with a super strong hand here. Really not one you think he has very often. And you're going to go all in, too.
He is going to rip it all in. It'll make HN absolutely sick to his stomach if the fourth diamond comes out.
HN already not liking
Yeah, he's already not liking to begin with, and yeah, so David's going to take it down.
You guys are off.
Oh, you got a snake?
Ronan, what's up, buddy? HN heater incoming. I mean, listen, we know HN's very capable. He's going to have some things start going his way. Red Vortex saying JSapp is him. He's definitely been involved in a lot of hands.
So did I. Fold 2, 3. 5 to go. $20 from the fold. 20 to go. Ball 6.
Alejandro asking, is this live? The game, yes, is live. But what we're watching and what you're watching is a 15-minute delay. So we are commentating over the delayed feed that you guys are watching as well.
Yep, we see it when you see it. 5 ways to this flop. The best bet heads up once more.
7 ace 4.
James with top pair. David J with top pair, but a better kicker.
Around we go.
It is going to check around.
5.
King on the turn.
60. 6-0.
David J going for value with his top pair with ace 10. And probably going to find a customer in James.
Yep, he does have an ace as well, but as you mentioned, no kicker.
And 6 river doesn't change much, so David J still going for value here. And that size is probably just appealing enough for James to call. If he went big, he probably would have folded quickly. But a solid lay down there by James. Figuring out that ace no kicker is no good.
What's that? Definitely beat me. Small blind, yep. Fold 3. 15 from the 4. Ball 6. Fold 7, fold 8, fold 9. 60, 6-0 from the 1.
There you go.
Ronan said, Ronan says, never, don't make that fold there with ace deuce. Well, that's why the Ronan bucks are always in play.
That's why James is James and you're you, Ronan.
How long do you hear from,
That's a lot of cards to read, right?
how long?
Through the weekend.
Nice.
All right, let's go ahead and see a flop 4 ways. 4-9 king.
So we have the 3 Musketeers and Mr. Bill. And Mr. Bill flopping the most of it here with a diamond draw.
It does. Really strong draw for Mr. Bill.
Probably just going to take it away on this flop.
Yeah, no one else really hit anything. Yeah, respect, as HN say.
Respect as folding an under pair.
Yep, and Mr. Bill does show he had ace 7. Chris saying WSOP making us, nah, not really. Nah, we're still getting quite a few cash games happening in our room on a regular basis. We just had started our main event today of our Summer Swing Series for a Thursday flight. Had close to 100 entries.
Give me my small blind, Mr. Miller, need a moment. Show it, Miller. 5 to go. Call 6.
Well, let's not forget the
Make it quarter.
David in the naval hat, and Johannes, you can't tell it's because it's all black, but he's wearing a Florida Gator hat.
Ew. Oh.
I share the same sentiment, so it's okay.
I'm actually an FSU graduate.
Okay, that makes sense. That checks out.
I do. What was it?
Folds around.
And HN just going to take it down immediately pre-flop with a 3-bet. If he only called there on the button, he was probably going 4 ways or more of the flop with ace-10 offsuit. Not the most appealing situation with an offsuit Broadway hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Somehow, every time I start live stream, I hope
Thomas, this is in Jacksonville,
I
Florida,
always lost it.
northeast.
I blame the dealer.
No, I didn't blame him.
You gotta keep trying. Until it wins.
I won't play person.
Yeah, we've got 3 locations here in Jacksonville. Our other location is in Orange Park, and then a little bit down the road, 95, is St. Augustine, is where our 3rd location is. I think it's soon to be a year for that St. Augustine room.
20 bucks from 7. Full 8, full 9, full 1, full 2. 20 to go.
Doesn't matter how much I raise, I usually call it.
85 from 3, full 4.
3-bet from John to 85. Queen 10 suited. James with ace king off. Does have the ace of clubs. He's going to go ahead and call.
James is in a pretty early position, so electing just to call the 3-bet.
Pretty interesting flop here. Pair of aces for James, but John does have the straight draw.
It's a big action flop for sure. Top pair, top gig for James. Double gutter for John. Offsuit king turn would definitely induce a ton of action here.
Raise 350.
And there is the raise from James to 350.
One sort of small issue is just against a 3-better. There's not too many hands you're getting a lot of value from, other than like a weaker ace, like ace queen. Even though it is top pair, top kicker for James, it's just kind of.
Ace king is going to hold, get it done.
But John is going to bluff.
He's going to bluff, and there's 4
board.
spades on the board. And for James, not having a spade.
Yeah, if John had just an ace in his hand, half of the time he has an ace of spades in his hand here, because 2 aces left in the deck. One of them is ace of spades.
Did you see who scored in the game?
Yeah, so John,
Going
and again,
for a bluff.
as you mentioned, I mean, he was the one to 3-bet.
Yeah.
So this checks out as far as the story he's trying to tell here.
Yep, bet and call to raise on the flop. So it could be a flush draw itself, could be just an ace king, ace queen with an ace of spades, or king or queen of spades.
Yeah, nice play by John. Takes it down.
Just a super credible play there for John.
Yeah.
Can easily have many flushes there.
That
hard to call.
Yeah, and that 4th spade making it even harder for James, for sure. Almost was like the perfect bluff card.
It almost looks like John's like going for massive value with the ace of spades too, going 700, just like if James had ace king, ace queen with the queen or king of spades, just expecting to get paid off there. So just a tough spot for James there. Rough board run out for him.
And again, all you have is a pair of aces.
Still 30 bucks from
Yep.
9, 4, 2, 3. 30 to go.
Well played hand.
All right, 3 ways here. JSapp, David, and David J.
All right, we got 3.
9, 4, ace. So David J does catch an ace on this flop.
Looks like JSapp's going to bluff out there. Take a little shot.
Trying to get involved. Does have a backdoor to clubs. Well, now that backdoor kicked open, as now the flush draw is in full play for JSapp.
It's still betting out kind of small, just maybe trying to draw for cheap. Maybe sneak a little bluff through there.
Okay, guys, just so you know, the top one's the burn card. If I can get it.
All he needs is one hand.
Sticking like glue.
What about what?
And it's a 4 on the river.
Make sure that red's good correctly.
We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah.
One
David,
last bluff try from
yeah.
JSapp and a quick call from David here.
Yeah, very quick call.
Ace, good kicker.
Yeah, David is going to take this down.
Take it down.
So, yeah, Bubba, no worries. Yeah, definitely understand. Of course, what Bubba's referring to for you guys to go back and check out is the 5-10 no limit hold'em game that we had last Friday. There's also a highlight video up showcasing a lot of the hands. We had a wild player in Asian X who was a loose cannon, to say the least.
Just my thing. Thanks, John. Appreciate you. All right, we got a button
Get
straddle.
me in so I can get some action, man.
All right, we got a button straddle. 10 to go. You're gonna be in for 2 right now, my man. Then 10 to go. Call 6. Push up, appreciate you. Call 7.
All right, so it looks like there's a straddle on the button, so that's why the action's starting on the small blind here. David does call. Johannes getting involved, raise it to 75. And again, Johannes' lowest VPIP, 9 times out of 10, if he's in the action, he's got it. And I think that's what the table was able to tell. Johannes is going to go ahead and take this one down.
This is 5 times. Only 5? 5 times.
Only show. I never showed them. That's 5 pretty good.
In an hour and a half? I'd say it's pretty good.
It's pretty crazy.
5 to go. Hold back. Hold 1. 25 from the 2, full 3.
There's the raise from Mr. Bill,
Call 6.
ace 10 suited.
25 to go.
I can take that.
And David, okay, he did just call
Call 7, fold 8.
throughout the 1 chip, so it's an automatic call.
Diamond, please, and thank you.
All right, so 4 players.
All right, we got 4.
Queen 8 Jack flop. Wow, JSapp
Okay.
flopped himself the straight.
40 bucks from 2. Check the 40. Call 4.
JSapp's going to go ahead and call after Mr. Bill bet 40. Mr. Bill also with a straight draw.
Heads up.
Unfortunate for Mr. Bill now that turn card, and that completes diamonds.
75.
So JSapp improved from the straight to now a flush. JSapp is going to take it down. What Mr. Bill's shirt says is that he's not getting older, he's becoming a legend. That's what his shirt says. I'm not getting older, I'm becoming a legend. Which we always call him the legend, Mr. Bill.
10 to go, full 2.
It's been a while since we've had him on the live stream, though.
Oh, sorry, 2, 3, 4. Not 6 yet. Actually, not 6. Call in 6. Raise it up. Let's go 40 bucks from the 7.
James is going to go to 40 on the button with ace 10 off.
And a very string call.
And line some 40.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
All right, so here we go. 3 players.
All Alright, I got 3 of them.
4 tray 7. Pair of 7s for HN. Didn't really hit anybody else, huh? Just a pair of 7s for HN.
Thank you. 100 to go from the 1.
He's on bet 100, pot size.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Nice.
I just don't like how high the rail is. Makes him getting used
I
to
don't like it either.
You can adjust the chair to make it higher if you want.
Yeah, but it's just the distance between the rail and the felt, you know?
Yeah, I did try it last night. Your turn. Trying to take my $5.
He's influencing action. Straddle the 2. Let's try it.
Yeah.
Straddle 10 to go.
Proud of it, buddy.
Fold 3. Fold 4. 10 to go. Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. 10 to go. Call. Option. 11 left, he says. Alright, we got gravy.
Really nice.
All right, 3 players here. Deuce, 6, 7. So HN catches a 6. Pair of deuces for David.
Fold 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Billy's is not really getting anything to connect with his hands, unfortunately. And here's David doing his David thing, ripping all in with his remaining 152 he has behind. HN says, you know what, you could have it. It's fine.
You always have a straight draw or something.
Just had 1 pair.
Me too. I have the 6.
I had a 2 and a king.
It's fine. Probably hit the deuce later.
And to be fair, it wasn't a lot in the pot, so Jim just letting his hand go.
Fold 3. Call 4. Call 6.
Well, now David's going to flat with ace 9.
35 from the 8. Fold 9.
And Johannes is going to bump up to 35 with king jack offsuit.
Fold 4.
Actually, he's going to fold around to David.
Just shooting right now. No fold.
And he's going to let it go. So that's 2 times we've seen Johannes raise it with a significant hand, and the action's just folded around to him. No action. Ooh, JSapp waking up his pocket jacks here under the gun. Let's see what he likes to do here. He's going to go ahead and bump it up to 30 with his pocket jacks. King 6 offsuit for David, and he's going to go ahead and make the call. Actually, he's going to fold around to HN. And I hang up that phone, HN. All right, so our heads up, pocket jacks for King 6. Queen 7-4. So jacks are in the lead. JSapp's going to go ahead and bet 35. And you see only 3 outs for David. Did not really hit anything here. And he's going to let it go. JSapp's going to take this down.
The Jacks.
The Jacks. Yeah, guys, just a reminder, though, again, our July schedule is up on the website, especially our Christmas in July promotion that we were just talking about. Really juicy promotions. Starts on July 12th and will run through July 23rd. Not only are there going to be big high-hand prizes that's going to be available, but each day we'll be giving away one card player cruise package that's valued at a little under $3,100. $3,150. $3,144 to be exact for the value of those card player cruise packages. Again, we'll be giving away one per day during Christmas in July. Pretty sick stuff. Speaking of pretty sick stuff, look at this. We got pocket queens for David J. Mr. Bill slapping himself on the wrist because he did act out of turn. Johannes has Queen Jack. Mr. Bill has Jack 10. Pocket 10s for HN. Everyone has each other's cards. All the queens are gone. Mr. Bill has one of HN's 10s. So we're going to see a flop here of like 9 tray 6.
Yeah, or like an ace or king high flop that's just going to put an absolute damper on the action with all these hands being what they are.
Yep. And Johannes did raise it to 50. David J was the one that 3-bet it.
I have to say, look at the equity. Look at how crazy ahead David J is.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And
with queens 5 ways.
And David going all in with his Queen 4 suited. David J is going to call.
David J wants to be able to raise here, but
yeah,
the other David's all in was just way too small.
Well, and also all the other players that's still involved.
Yeah, he wanted to shut them out for sure.
Yeah, and look at this. HN's still in there. Mr. Bill is in there, so let's see a flop. And there is one face card.
Yep. It's either a jack or a king, as we know.
Can't be a queen.
Yep.
It's a queen, that's a problem. It is a king. 4 king 6 on this flop.
David No J actually has a chance at this if he hits one more 4.
He does. And that is another number, and I see David J is getting chips together. He does make that. Oh my gosh, David!
You have to be kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness.
When David J sees this,
oh, he's
gonna be upset.
There's gonna be,
you had him absolutely destroyed before the flop.
There
and he's
is
on you.
Tilt alert incoming. David J is smoked. He's smoked. He got smoked. Trip 4s.
4 queens with 2 queens. 4 queens with 2 queens.
Wow.
That is a bad beat if you've ever seen one.
So gross. And Jacob just casually says, all right, that's my time, guys. I'll see y'all later. See you in 30.
That way you don't take it away from me again?
Wow, that was pretty sick.
Yeah, 10s.
That second 4 came on the turn and seals it up for David No J. That's gross.
Big quadruple up. Quadruple up.
I needed it.
Attention tournament players, you have less than 2 minutes
15 to 7.
Please make your way back to your tournament area at this time. Once again, tournament players, you have less than 2 minutes left on your break. Make your way
Liam, they can do bomb pots. At 2-5 and higher, we may do double board bomb pots as well. I haven't really heard any mention or interest in them tonight.
Yeah, no one's really said anything. Although, like, the actions are pretty solid, though.
Yeah. Don't really need them when the action is this good.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way. Sometimes, like, obviously it's great to see them, but, like, if it's a pretty solid table, I feel like it's not needed 100% of the time. Meanwhile, David here flops a queen. Mystery hand for James. Pair of trays for JSapp.
In the same vein of what you're talking about is like some people feel like the straddle juices up a game, but we've only seen maybe 2 or 3 players straddling tonight and not even like with 100% regularity, and the game is still amazing.
Yeah, still been pretty solid.
So.
And JSapp's going to call with his pair of trays that he has right now. Ace on the turn, that might slow things down. Oh, never mind. David no J's. Let's go ahead and bet 75. Yeah, JSapp don't let it go.
Brown, 259 holding Brown.
Hold it. Hold on. 20 and the 1. Call 2, fold 3, fold 2. Call 6. 20. 20. Call 7. Forward. Check 6. Check 7. Check 1. 40.
So both Mr. Bill and David here with a 6.
Call 6.
HN and James with nothing on this board.
Hold 1.
So going heads up to the turn. Similar hands battling it out. Yeah.
Check 6.
So Mr. Bill continuing to bet here. Maybe just thinks David has some big card hand that's sort of peeling the flop light. So David's 9-6 still best. The kicker does play. And Mr. Bill just going to show his 6 deuce and going to be kickered by 1. Good little pot coming David's way there. It's been on a little bit of a run since his last buy-in. Queen 4 comprising most of it. Definitely been fun to watch him play tonight.
Yes. Pause it. Call him out. I think that's 20 and the 1. Hold 2. Hold 3.
Well, I would have won that game.
Call 4. Call 6.
Fold
7.
I would have went on the river.
Fold 8. Call 9.
5, 7.
Check 9.
35.
35 into 1.
Very good looking flop here for HN. Flush draw. Both his pair outs are live.
Call 6.
David going to call with bottom pair and the ace of hearts. HN was a pre-flop raiser, so David might not feel like this milling board hits him very well.
75.
75 into 1. Call 6.
David continuing to call down here. HN with almost half the deck in outs, but that's not one of them.
150 into 1.
Aaron Ryan's not in the room, but I will let him know right when he gets back. HN gonna go for the third barrel bluff. A lot of people have lost a good amount of money bluffing into David tonight, and it's looking like that's gonna be the case again. David quickly putting together a call. Calling down all the way with flop bottom pair, and he is good.
That's so I got an open dance.
Where's the button, Jake? You got the 7. More than true.
Yeah, I can hit the 10, I can hit the 8.
24 outs.
I have half the deck.
24 outs and that. 10, 8, 7, 9, and hearts.
That's half the deck.
Always have that.
He's won every hand up with a 3.
Yeah, the 3.
Only fair play.
It's the 3s and 5s tonight.
Also, you got the queen.
Queen and 4.
I can't make it.
Queen 4 and 3. Queen 4, 3. It's working.
Well, no, because
That's
I need
so
about
many
2,000
outs.
more of these to
10, 8, 7, and hearts. 24 minimum.
Yeah, half of the deck.
Call 2, 24.
It's only half of the deck I can use.
More than half. More than call 4. Like 30 something like favorite, the favorite too.
Yeah, all the flush, 2 straight, 2 over. That's a lot of cards.
20 in the 6.
Oh yeah.
So those black chips,
26
black
cards, I
ones,
think.
you might pull them out around.
It's a lot of cards. Like
The green too. Put the green and the black in the front. And the black. Just big chips in the front.
not very many.
running rough.
Call 1, call 2, call 3.
That's good. And let's go to him.
Three-way action. $50 in the one. Call 2. Call 4.
So Bill here flopping the small overpair. Calling the bet from HN. And David's feeling froggy as well. Gonna call with his 3. You might have missed it a moment ago, Ryan, but they were talking about how David's won many, many pots tonight with a 3. The 8-3. One of them, and a pot he had just won recently with ace-3, calling down with bottom pair against HN and was good.
150 to 6.
Looks like David's going to try once more to turn his 3 into a winner here. Going for a turn bet bluff.
Although will it work? Mr. Bill has the 2 overs, a pair of 7s.
Everybody's been in the game pretty much the whole time with David, so they kind of know he's willing to make a move on this 4-liner. And Bill going to call. And now Bill's not folding.
No, Bill's not going anywhere now. He
Rivering
does.
the 7 high straight. Putting a 6 high straight on the board.
So shark at 300.
And I think David just bet out a turn, and
Yeah, he
Bill
did.
checking to him once he sees that.
And Mr. Bill is going to go ahead and rip it all in.
Only hands Bill is worried about is a flush, which would be backdoor spades, or a hand like 7-8.
Yeah, that completes a bigger straight.
Which would be very unlikely as well, so trying to shove, maybe get called by somebody else playing the board here. And David's definitely considering going for that chop with the call. But it would be his whole stack almost.
It would be, yeah. He hasn't let it go yet. Now he does, yeah. You can tell he didn't want to, but he does, and Mr. Bill doesn't show. He'll be like, I'm just going to go ahead and take this. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, yes, later. The ways you run.
Mr. Bill trying to strap for 200.
Shot for 200.
Mr. Bill, no straddling for 200, please.
Shot. Super strap. Call 2, call 3. Let's make it 35. Call 6.
I'm going to take you wet back to the thing.
Swapping.
Swapping 50, 50, 50. Right there. Thank you.
So call 6, fold 7, 8, 9. Fold 1. 35? Sir, yes. 35.
That's a pocket eights for JSapp, raised it up 35. David does call with the mystery hand, and Mr. Bill calls as well, queen 6 suited. It's a pretty good flop for queens, although I'd still be scared of whatever David has. JSapp is going to go ahead and bet 35 here. And there's a backdoor to spades as well for Mr. Bill, on top of having the pair of queens.
Call 6.
David does call.
Call 2.
Mr. Bill electing to just call as well.
Matching up with the 2 most active players on the table, or 2 of the 3 most.
Now 5 of diamonds on the turn, pretty inconsequential, at least for what we're seeing right now. Does check around, and of course the most aggressive player, one of the more aggressive players, is going to go ahead and bet 75.
I'd say HN has been the most aggressive tonight.
Yep, and HN looks
But
like he just
David's
added.
not far behind.
HN just added a pumpkin to his stack too, so loading back up, topping back off.
Oh, that's a good river curve for Mr. Bill.
It is. So Mr. Bill completes 2 pair. And he's going to lead out this time.
Not giving David a chance to check back with maybe a weaker showdownable hand like Queen 10, Queen 9, maybe a king with a weak kicker as well. But it also just stops David's opportunity to bluff there, so
Yep, and he does
maybe not the best decision from Mr. Bill there.
And be careful now. Mr. Bill's starting to heat up.
No, I'm good. I think somebody won my ping.
Mike, you know, man. Mike in the Facebook chat. Can't bluff Mr. Bill. What's wrong with people?
Yeah.
That's someone that knows the legend of Mr. Bill.
Mike did make that comment during the 7s hand, and it was very true. I don't even know if Bill would have folded if he did not improve on the river. He may have just called David down.
Too much. 200 big blind all in. Throw it out there.
I run blue short, so I have to catch it out, man.
20 in the blue.
Someday I'm gonna hit it. I always run the rough pucks now. That's my part of my life.
You gotta make it happen.
Call six. Third and final call for you to control the hold-up game on table 12 for Steve, Candace, NLH.
So raise and 3 callers. And Johannes going for the squeeze here in position to 125. A lot of loose and dead money out there for him to try to take it down.
I think so too. Big black.
I'm not nice.
You're not nice. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that, but I'm not nice.
Hold 2, 3, 4.
Background to David. He's definitely shown an affinity for going to the flop, but
You only have pocket 4.
for 105 with 7-6, gonna let it go this time.
And again, I want to keep in mind too, every time Johannes has either raised it or 3-bet it, everyone has folded around.
You'll see eventually if you want to put
That's
in the
one of the
effort.
things about having a low VPIP.
3 seats out.
Sometimes you're not going to be
knows
getting
what I
the
have.
action. You're just going to be taking everything down pre-flop.
That's not a bad result there with a hand like king queen
Right,
off.
yeah. I mean, considering that there was already a raiser behind him, and someone called, he still takes down a pretty decent-sized pot. At that time, it does work. And sometimes you're just fine with just taking down a pretty sizable pot that's already happened in pre-flop action.
Fold 8, fold 9. 25. 2 seat, or 1 seat. Fold 2.
Yeah, that was something we kind of saw last week or the week before. Can't remember the player's name, but he just kind of won pots, even though they weren't exactly big or maximized. And he ended up one of the bigger winners of the day. Oh, this is an action flop.
Wow, look at this. A pair of aces for David. A flush draw, though, for JSapp.
And
On
a
top
pair.
of having a pair of 9s, and HN with a pair of 9s as well.
35 and the 4. Call 6. Raise. Hundo.
Oh, and HN is going to go ahead and raise it. That is going to make things interesting. I don't see JSapp going anywhere with his flush draw. He's going to call.
That's going to trigger minimum 1 caller.
Now here's David, who has the pair of aces.
I referred to these guys as the 3 musketeers earlier tonight because they've been in a lot of pots together.
Yes, they have.
And we're seeing this now again. And David gonna re-raise on top.
Yeah, he's going to go 3x. HN's raised to 100. 3 bets at the 300.
This probably means that when it comes back to JSapp's gonna put David all in.
Yeah.
Just kind of run it out from there.
Yep. Now HN. HN is going to let it go. So, yeah, JSapp, man, I don't think he can go anywhere with his flush draw here.
Minimum call, and he may as well just get it in because he's not folding any turn either.
Yeah.
For David's next 300 or so.
And he is going to call, so we're going to see a flop.
One more card. We'll see if JSapp gets there, but we're going to see the river either way just because JSapp's not folding to a bet. Oh, 2 pair
And
for David
it's 2 pair
as
for
well.
David. The money turn card. That's the money. David rips it all in with his 2 pair.
JSapp making sure he has the flush draw before, or the flush before calling. But David still has 4 outs to get there on the river with a full house.
If the board does pair with either an ace or an 8.
Jacob, you good? All in and call?
Oh, so
That was
close.
close.
So close yet so far, and JSapp taking down that hand. Juicy turn card.
Just saw the red.
Nice hand, man.
And David, as he's done all night, is going to load back in with another min buy of 300. The unfortunate thing for David, he ran it up a bit to get back to being even, then had to rebuy. Ran that one back up a little bit. Loses it in a cooler of a situation there.
Yeah, he's pretty much doubled up or even tripled or quadrupled up his $300 buy-in before
losing it all.
Before losing it, yeah.
So definitely been a up and down for David in the worst way.
Yeah.
PMP asks what qualifies a bad beat for best bet jack. So for no limit hold'em, has to beat quad. Is it quad eights? I'm trying to remember.
It's quad eights.
Yeah, quad eights for no limit. Quad jacks for PLO, and for 7-card stud, it's quad deuces.
One more black. Yeah. Oh yeah. Give him one more black chip. Yep, that's how it works. Yeah, that's all good.
I had to think about that one for a second.
Yeah.
So try to get the time. You're good.
JC, MS, 25, none of the hold'em.
Call.
JC and MS, 25, none of the hold'em.
JSapp right back into it. Super strong pre-flop hand, ace-queen. But electing only the limp, and now it's back round to Bill on the button straddle. Basically, JSapp just got Bill and David a cheaper flop than maybe they would have paid for. David once again with the mystery hand.
JC and MS. Table 9.
Check 4, check 6, check 2.
Third and final call for KC, 25, none of the hold'em, KZ.
Now we gone.
There you go.
30 and the 4, call 6, fold 2.
AG, 25, none of the hold'em, AG. You want it? Lock it up. Table 10.
Scott? No, I don't think so. Not to get the button. Yeah, you can buy it. Button straddle. So my man got the small one, big one. Button straddle.
I actually going to start with David in the small blind, as there is the straddle on the button.
10. Call 6, fold 7, fold 8, fold 9. Call 1, fold 2, call 3, check 4.
Ace and a pair of 9s on the flop here. Thomas said hit a high hand one time with quad trays. Nice. It's always good to hit quads. And David's going to take down this hand here. Just throwing out a bet.
some 9. Fold 9. Fold 1. Fold 2. Fold 3. 25. Fold 4. Call 6. Fold 7. Raise. Hundo. 7.
Raise from Johannes to 100 with ace jack off suit. JSapp also with ace jack off suit. And David with ace 9. I think this time around Johannes is going to get a caller, and it is going to be from JSapp. David's going to call as well. So here we are, 3 players. It's like a face card there.
Attention players, dealers, high hand has begun. Dealers, please now any and all view high hand.
Looks like our high hand promotion for tonight has begun.
Check 8. Check 4.
All right, so it's checked around. 5 queen tray, 10 on the turn.
Check 8. Check 4.
So it's checked around to David, who's going to go ahead and fire a bet on the button here.
90.
That's 90. Kind of curious to see what happens here. David might take this down, actually. Nope, never mind. JSapp looks like he's going to make the call here. And he does. They see only 3 outs for David and misses.
Check 4.
Pretty good bluff card for David here. Hearts completing.
It does, yep.
But
oh, he's just going to check.
maybe he feels like he's been caught bluffing too much tonight.
Yeah, so he just decides to go ahead and just do showdown, and JSapp's going to take it down. Johannes would have chopped it if he stuck around, but he decided to fold with action still happening behind him.
Yeah, just ace jack high multi-ways. Not the most appealing situation for him there.
JSapp. You need a stuff card, right?
I have one.
Gotcha.
See you in 30.
Looks like we're doing a quick deck swap with the dealer change here. So Jacob just double checking the cards and then going to go ahead and shuffle up a deal here. In the meantime, let's go ahead and show stats. As 2 hours officially in the book. And this is the way it looks. JSapp up the most, 1,051. John is up a bit. David J up a bit. James and Mr. Bill also up. David right now is the most stuck at the table. And then there's a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, David, 81% VPIP. That checks out now. That's about where you were thinking he was going to be.
Yeah.
JSapp, 70%. HN, 62%.
The Three Musketeers.
Everyone else in the 30s, though. For James and Mr. Bill. John, close to the 30s. David J, 21%. Johannes, 19%. So, been a pretty good table tonight. Been a pretty good table. Can't complain. By the way, guys, registration did end for day 1A of our main event, Summer Swing Series. What's going on? 91 total entries for today, which is not bad for a Thursday flight.
David does have the Doyle.
He does.
We get a 6-way flop here. Johannes getting the best of it on the flop with his ace.
Check 1, check 2. Check 4. And around. Check.
Club turn, and David No J, the only player with the club in his hand.
Almost all in. Bet of $80.
Does Jacob say almost all in?
Yeah.
Yep.
He did.
With the
Wow,
Doyle.
Johannes gonna fold.
I'm not surprised considering how many people were involved in the action still, and we know
Yeah,
Johannes
but-
is a very tight player.
Yeah, but those guys have just shown no interest in the hand. So, slightly surprising. I understand it 6 ways, top pair, not much of a kicker. It's not great, but
But we've seen Johannes make those folds plenty of times on the live stream.
he's probably seen some of the hands, though, that David has shown down
Yeah,
as well.
true. True. Just didn't feel good. Hey, look, as someone that, or there's someone in this room that bluffed with 7 deuce at the
Nice.
meetup game.
Oh, I
and
know
got
you. I know you bluffed Johannes off the top pair.
I did. Just to get a deuce on the river to take that in the hand.
Nice.
But
Mr. Bill here with queens.
uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill's got himself a hand. Johannes is going to raise it to 75 on the button with ace-9 suited.
25 to go.
See what Mr. Bill likes to do.
Yes, sir.
Started running up a little bit.
Number 2.
He is going to call. Now David 8-4 suited.
I'm unsure what happened here because David definitely had more when he bet the turn on the last hand.
Yeah,
than he does
something,
now.
Something happened. It didn't track his stats right for some reason because David did take down that hand for sure. So yeah, it's showing he's all in for 65, but he's not. He's got more than that.
Very good flop here from Mr. Bill.
Yeah, deuce tray.
Attention players, some of those new high hand is what 6 deuce with a 9.
And David
Right.
just going to get the rest of it in. Looks like it was about 75 pre, then another 60 or so.
And Johannes is going to go ahead and call with his 2 over aces 9.
50, 65. 65 total.
So Johannes is going to go ahead and call that 65 remaining. And Mr. Bill does call as well.
Only calls.
Yep. And we do have heads up action for a potential side pot here between Mr. Bill and Johannes. A little bit of a scare card. King on the turn. Does go check. And Mr. Bill
Flip show, what do we got? All
is going to collect it all.
We got
Pocket queens.
Trays, what let's see. Nice hand.
And David's going to reload again. Another min buy. I will say, my man David's came to play. This is like his 5th min buy bullet he's fired.
He's definitely brought a lot of excitement to this game.
Yeah, he has. He's been fun.
He's gotten a good amount of bluffs through as well.
Just unfortunately, the times he got stuck by significantly better hands. So for today as well, by the way, it's going to be, I think it was 12 players that's going to be able to advance to
That's correct.
the final day on Sunday.
And they will be in the money as well.
Yep.
5 to go.
Looking out there, I saw Hunter was still out there in the field right now. I think they were down to 20,
25, 26.
like 24 when I last checked. Uh-oh.
They just
The
drew down
ma-
to 3 tables, yeah.
The Maniac has aces.
And he's going to go heads up to the flop with JSapp. Wow, same exact flop as last hand, it feels. 3-3 deuce rainbow.
It was the exact same flop.
$80, 5 over.
Yeah, JSapp didn't hit with anything. And aces, yep.
Oh, you have aces?
Yeah. Finally got it.
Nice.
Says he finally got a hand.
He's had queens twice tonight as well.
He's had a few hands.
$20 from 7, full 9, full 1, full 2, full 3, 20 to go. Alrighty, we are cleared up.
All right, King 8-10 flop. James still in the lead.
Yep, missing both of them. It feels like if you are checking back the flop, you're just giving David license to bluff.
Mm-hmm.
He's declined very few bluff opportunities, especially when players have checked back. You're doing it with queen deuce with no spade and no club, I mean.
Yep.
And he may well just take it down here with a river bet if he decides to do it.
Looks down at what he has left and does say 50, throws in a black chip, but he did verbalize 50 to be in the bet.
James going to call super light here with ace high. Ace high is good.
Thomas says to jam it. I wonder if that would have worked.
Yeah, I can be stubborn.
Especially since all James had was ace high.
What's up?
I never know.
I think though the table's got a read on him. As Trey mentioned, he has not shied away from a chance to fire in a bet and just try to bluff his way through. Could be a potential where the table maybe starting to pick up on it. Because that's the one thing, right? Not only you factor in all the other things about what to do and stuff like that, but you're gaining information throughout the entire session.
Yep. David's definitely got the most defined table image because he's just been in so many hands and been caught and showing bluffs.
Ooh, look at this. HN has pocket queens. He's going to go ahead and fire the 3-bet of 125.
2.5x in position on James.
And James with this pocket 10s, but he's going to call. Feels like it's still a good enough value to at least see a flop here.
Yep.
With his 10s. King 7 Jack flop. He's going to check around. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything.
HN's pretty happy just to kind of move the hand along, get to later streets, get closer to showdown here. Now with James continuing to check to him, HN has to feel pretty good about the pocket queens, going for value here. And James going to call here as well. And nice pot coming HN's way with queens. If the board didn't have any overcards, he definitely would have been more aggressive early, but as it stood, he pretty much got max value against James's specific hand with the way he played it.
Yeah, because River, I thought you had the jack, bro. Are you jack?
A little bit lower. Next best pocket pair. Big line of hammer. Yeah, everybody's trying. Everybody's trying to go. Oh, 4. Fold 9. 10 to go. Call 1. Call 2. Option.
Now John, ace queen, who did straddle on the button. This is a, yup. He's going to go ahead and bump it up to 60.
Yeah, that's a must raise.
Uh-huh.
If you think you're going to take it down pre against David and Mr. Bill, you got another thing coming.
Right. 10 tray 6 flop. What a flop for Mr. Bill. He's got himself the flush draw.
Flush draw and live cards against the opponent's hands.
Check.
That's going to check to John. John's going to go ahead and bet 150.
Going for a big C bet here.
Does get David out of there. Mr. Bill, he ain't going anywhere.
No, not yet.
Well, after he's done talking to Nancy. After he's done placing his order.
Yeah.
Mr. Bill, it's 153, sir. That gentleman right next to you. And a call.
And there is the call for Mr. Bill. Jack on a turn. So now John has a straight draw.
Yep, it's an overcard, gives John a straight draw. Reasonable double barrel card as well.
And he's going to bet pot size here, does John.
Yep, 80% pot, representing pretty strong range of hands.
Yeah, Mr. Bill does let it go.
By the way, Country, looking in the chat, what Nightbot just put in there. Look at that Omaha bad beat creeping up there.
It is. You know, it's funny. There was a time span in a month where the Omaha bad beat got hit like 3 times.
And it would just not go above like 6 or 8.
No, and I was just like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't know if this thing's even going to creep back up ever again. And yep, there it is, sure enough. Almost 20K now for the Omaha bad beat.
But you bet like you had a pocket for it. Yes, I bet like
HP, 229 and hold up, HP. Lock it up for HP.
20 bucks, throw the 3.
7 deuce suited for David.
Call 6. Call for 4. One time off. Whatever you do, I do. One time off.
Tray 9 queen, so wow.
John basically flops him dead.
Yeah, he does.
I'd be nice. I'd be nice to you.
John says, I'll be nice to you.
Hands up.
Now David officially drawing dead.
Yeah, John's like, just check it down. Just check it down. I'm going to be nice to you.
John's not folding the 9 to any David's actions here.
No.
I don't have any.
Just letting him off.
And the frustration.
Yeah, he let him off. Let him off the hook. Appreciate the effort for David trying to play 7 deuce. It was suited. Unfortunately, none of those hearts came. David was the only one with heart.
David's shown a lot of heart tonight,
Yes.
that's for sure.
Yeah, David, number 75 in your program, but number 1 in your heart.
5, call 2. Call 6. Call option.
Ooh, suited hand for Mr. Bill. It's a pretty hand. King 10 suited.
Suited Broadway. Surprised he didn't come in for a raise there.
I'm surprised too. Does catch a 10.
Mr. Bill's usually been pretty decently aggressive today.
Yeah. And now, granted, Mr. Bill has said, like, hey, it's been a while since he's been able to play, so.
Yeah, so he's shaking off some rust there.
Yeah, 100%. Ace on the turn. That's going to slow things down a bit, especially since it does bring out a club draw. Now Mr. Bill does fire out a bet of 20.
Just no hand really out there to give him any action. Everyone with queen high. No draw.
So one thing that's kind of funny, Mr. Bill called a shot tonight. He said that he's going to profit at least $500.
He's right around that area right now,
I think he's at 200 right now. He's about halfway there.
Yeah, he was down about 800 at one point today, so
yeah, he's worked his
he's
way
on the
up.
positive track for sure.
And we still got 2.5 hours left in the live stream.
We're going to straddle 10 to go.
Yeah, we're quite literally in halftime.
Mm-hmm.
10 to go. Roll 2. 30 bucks, round to 3. Roll 4. 30 to go.
Wow. Surprised JSapp folded that hand. He's been playing a good amount of pots today.
Roll 7.
Wait, which one did he fold?
He folded king 7 suited.
Oh, wow, yeah.
30.
Quite a bit.
And call.
So 4-way flop here.
Pocket trays, pocket 4, ace 9 suited, ace queen offsuit.
Not a red card in sight.
No, they're going to be on the flop here.
Check.
2 Broadway cards on the flop, I see.
Check. Check.
Yep.
And it is all red as well. And David gonna go all in and gonna get called by David with the J.
Yeah, yeah.
Call. 105 is the bet. Full call.
David is down to 2 outs.
I ain't got no action.
All right, no more action. 8 on turn. 4s did it for him before, but not this time.
No 4 this time for him.
I'm out.
Calling a night on that.
That is the end of our hero, David. I think in total he did fire in like 1,500. He did fire in one total max buy-in.
Knowing Ryan, he took it to the back.
All right, so we will have a seat open. I wonder if HN's thinking about moving seats.
Right now?
All right, yep, the HN is going to go ahead and move seats.
One's going to 6. What should I give you my big blind? Maybe I'm going to put your small one down. Thank you, son. No, I'm going to put something this way.
All right, let's see who we can try to get on the table. I know we got a little bit of a list. And the names I've seen that I saw on the list,
No idea.
there is one in particular I'd be pretty excited about joining this game because I think it would juice it up even more. We'll see who does eventually get in though, but there is one name in particular I hope does get on this live stream.
We definitely need some juice after losing David.
Well, and it's been a while since we've seen this particular person. Oh, just heard it.
Into 3.
It's a player I was thinking about.
Bubba J?
No, Sean Louis.
Oh, yeah. It's
So
been a while since we've seen him playing live.
Yep, so Sean Louis is going to be joining the live stream table. And listen, we already got HN at this table. Sean Louis also is very much an action guy, too.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful for this one.
I am as well.
15.
Good news. Sean Louis is going to be joining the live stream. So both HN and JSapp hit their king on the flop. JSapp does have HN out kicked.
Hands up.
Now 6 on the turn.
40.
Now a lot of those outs up there for HN are all chop outs.
Yep.
The only thing that's going to be able to take out in the pot is if he does hit a tray.
Yeah. And he's probably not going to feel too good about bluffing with a king on the river.
No.
So really his path to winning this pot is just improving.
Yeah, so it does go check, check, and JSapp starts to show that HN is out kicked.
7 play.
7 will play.
I thought you had the ace. That's why I was playing. Because it was so bad. Both of the kings.
Yes, rounds. out. 10 to go. Fold 7. 35 from me. Fold 9.
35 from Johannes.
4, fold 6. There we go.
And nobody with anything to give him action.
Go ahead and get it.
Also, do want to remind you guys, we're talking about our Christmas in July earlier. We do have another big promotion that's going to be happening on Monday. It's going to be at all 3 of our locations. It's a pretty decent-sized high-hand promotion from 12 p.m. until midnight. $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes, and that's going to be at our Jack's location, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. Again, that's going to be on Monday, June 26th. $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the information when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, which also the month of July, the live stream schedule is up on the website for the month of July. So if you want to try to sign up for any of our live stream games, you may go to our website as well. Look at this, JSapp, Pocket Kings against Ace Deuce, a 4-bet from James to 150, and JSapp's going to call.
Just calling. Ooh, King 8-3 flop.
Flops the set.
Oh, don't bet out, JSapp.
No,
don't bet out.
No, JSapp, what are you doing?
What are you going to get paid by?
No.
You have all the...
Well,
Well, maybe if James thinks you don't have anything.
yeah.
This is definitely a odd line so far. Just calling the 4-bet with kings, then betting out your top set.
Yeah, definitely kind of a surprising move. And now James caught his ace on the turn.
And going for a similar sort of uncomfortable looking line, betting 100 once more.
What a weird hand.
Very unusual.
Yeah, very weird hand. I'm very surprised JSapp let out with that.
Yeah, James definitely had a very comfortable c-bet spot there. 4-bet, being the 4-better, getting this type of flop. And now JSapp is in value mode, just deciding what he wants to do. Definitely from James's point of view, this is a really odd looking line. But might have missed out on a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, he still is going to take down a pretty decent-sized pot, but you wonder if it could have been much more, especially, like I said, with James getting his ace on the turn there.
Yeah, James probably would have bet a very similar amount to what JSapp bet on the flop. And later streets probably would have gone a little heavier, too.
Yeah, that is a lot of red that Sean Louis brought to the table.
I guess that's why he wants to play the live stream. Maybe he was running good at whatever table he was at.
I guess so. But that is our guy Sean Louis just joining us. What a mess.
Yeah, and he's in the 1 seat, so
and he's
gonna have to pitch around that too.
Yeah, so Sean Louis is going to join the fold here. Definitely another action player.
Just 2 of you. Colon 6.
Agent says he wants to play.
15 bets from 7. And call.
All right, so we're heads up here with HN and James, both with clubs.
Check.
Let's go ahead and see what the flop is. I think James is going to take it down. That looks like James fired out the bet, and HN is going to go ahead and fold. But yeah, guys, as again we just mentioned it, the 12 Days of Christmas right around the corner starts on Wednesday, July 12th. Going to start off with $1,200 high hands on that Wednesday, July 12th. And then as each day progresses, is tack on $100. So, for example, July 13th will be $1,300 high hands. The 14th, $1,400 high hands, and so on, up until the 23rd, which will have $2,300 high hands. Now, the final 3 days of the promotion, the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, that's going to be shared between our other 2 locations as well. So Jack's, Orange Park, and St. Augustine, we're going to have those promotions taking place.
Heads up. Check.
Wow, Sean Louis just flopped HN virtually dead.
Heads up. Check.
Now, HN does have a straight draw.
60.
That's a gutter. And all 4 8s are still available on the deck.
We went check 60 call. Now to the river. Check.
And it's a 6. That gives HN
What do we got?
a pair of 6s,
You got 3 nines.
as well as the pair of 9s. But Sean Louis with the set, or trip 9s, excuse me.
Bet the river you win for sure.
Sean Louis is going to go ahead and take that one down. Also, guys, something new as well with our Christmas in July promotion. We were talking about it. Every day as well, we are going to be giving away a card player cruise package that's valued at $3,144. Pretty sweet stuff. That's going to be one cruise package
5 to go.
given away
Fold.
each day during the Christmas in July.
25.
Pretty cool
25
stuff.
from the 6 fold.
We'll also start giving away satellite tickets as well on the 25th and 27th of July. Satellites into the Card Player Poker Tour. That's going to be starting up on August 10th. As always, guys, once again, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all of the information.
16 minutes.
Pretty sweet promotion, pretty sweet, juicy prizes available in the month of July.
5 times. Pocket aces.
I lie.
Give you all your options.
I have pocket aces, but I don't have that many
See
times.
2. He's
I have pocket aces,
straddling.
Yeah.
but I don't have that many times.
How many times?
Too many to count.
You just have to go back and watch.
You just go back and look at the video.
Send you dumb straddle.
All right, continuing the action here, though, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We're almost at 9,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. So we appreciate all the subs, all the channel memberships, everything you guys have been doing for our channel. We greatly appreciate it. Without you guys, of course, we wouldn't be able to live stream on a regular basis like this. So we thank you guys so much. Pair of 7s and a 6 on this flop. Mr. Bill with 2 pair. 7s and 6s, along with his ace. Mr. Bill's going to call HN's bet of 40. Still a couple outs for HN to work with. Trey on the turn isn't going to change anything. Does check. And now it's 7s full of 6s for Mr. Bill.
Lock it up for Justin.
You got the 7 for the high hand? And you got 6.
Yeah, no 7, unfortunately. But even then, he would have to play both cards that's in his hand, not just one. Buck, what's up, man? Good to see you. Cheers, everyone, of course. Appreciate you coming through. All right, halfway through tonight's live stream, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. On slate for tomorrow night, we do have a 2-5 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack cash game with a $25 big blind ante. And that's going to be taking place tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. And then on Saturday, we are scheduled for some 5-10 No Limit Hold'em action on the live stream. We'll get that live stream up and running around 4 o'clock on Saturday. And then, of course, Sunday, special live stream on Sunday, final table action of our main event of our Summer Swing Series. $600 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. Day 1A, we finished out with 91 entries for today. Day 1B will be tomorrow starting at noon, and then Day 1C will be Saturday starting at noon as well. Ace King for Sean Louis bumps it up to 35. JSapp's going to call with Jack 10. HN calling as well, Queen 9 suited. Now David J on the button here. Calls as well with 9-6 suited. So we got 4 players at the flop. Seth's making some change here. Let's go ahead and see the flop though. King 8 tray. Sean Louis hits his king on the flop. Unfortunately, no one else really hit anything.
Nope, not even a pair or a draw for anybody else.
No, for HN, unfortunately,
Wrong red.
Yep, only got 1 heart instead of 2. And everyone is on full round. Sean Louis is going to take down another one.
Basically, right? Raise of ace, king, flop of king, continuation. Everybody says, easy game, easy game.
Easy games to Sean Louis. Sean Louis and his very extensive watch collection that he has.
Straddle, call 2, call 3, call 4, call 6, call 7. 60 in the 8, hold on.
Second call, chase. 2-2, running the hole and chase.
Call 2, call 3.
So let's see, the raise from Johannes to 60. Sean Louis called. Mr. Bill has called. John has called, and JSapp's going to go ahead.
Heads up.
And call as well. Best bet heads up.
Just maybe a bit too small over that many limpers.
6-6-10. Wow, John, are you serious?
Trips for John here, and he's going to bet out into the field.
JSapp has 2 pair, 10s and 6s. Sean Louis a backdoor to spades. Mr. Bill also with a 10 as well. Johannes is the only one that completely whiffed, and he was the initial raiser.
Sean Louis is basically a whiff.
Yeah.
But this pot's already pretty built up, and that blank turn means it's probably going to get built up even more.
Yeah, it is. Although there's 2 flush draws on the board with spades and diamonds, and John bets pretty big, 375. About half what, a little over half the pot size with that bet.
2/3 edge. Did I just hear raise?
Did I hear? Excuse me?
Mr. Bill electing to check raise here.
Wow.
Running into it hard here. John with trips.
Oh boy. It's not looking good.
Yeah, looking pretty poor for Mr. Bill here.
Yikes, yeah, he did check
His
raise
hand
it.
is not going to go his way, most likely.
Nah, definitely not. Ace on the turn. That does complete diamonds. And did he?
He went all in.
Yeah, and wow.
He was turning his Jack-10 into a bluff even on the turn, and tried to follow it up on the river, but just kind of ran into a super strong hand.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately. And Mr. Bill, unfortunately, bluffed it away there. Big payday for John. And Mr. Bill is going to have to buy back in. Ah, that hurts to see, Mr. Bill.
For sure, John.
You got it.
It's tough. It's a tough call.
It's tough call. It's tough call.
Tough call. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
tough call.
It's not easy.
It's like, yeah, he got it.
I mean, John is he essentially snap called that.
No.
Yeah, he did.
Like he said, it wasn't an easy call, but he was committed to that decision.
Yeah, the 800 on the turn was pretty much almost half the effective stack, so he was kind of already one leg in the grave there. If he was going to get beat, he was going to get beat for all of it, not just half.
Yeah.
Straddle in the 6, fold 7, 40 in the 8.
Wow. And just like that, John,
Fold
if I
9.
saw that right, he's got almost 6K in front of him now off that hand. Wow.
Yeah, we'll see what it says when the action comes to him on this hand.
Call.
5.5.
Oh, hurts. Hurts. John, how can you do that to Mr. Bill? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, obviously. Let's see the flop here as we are 3 ways. Sean Louis trying to set mine with deuces.
40.
Ace for both HN and Johannes.
Wheel
Sean
draw.
Louis with the wheel draw, yep. Pardon me there.
John's still trying to get his chip situation squared away here. All right, so let's see, they're all in there still.
Cut up myself. 3 ways.
10 on the turn.
Check 6. Check 8.
Johannes is up against kind of 2 pretty loose opponents.
And there's the bet from Sean Louis. Bets 225.
Pretty much full pot.
HN does call.
Falling flop.
Break with your chips up there.
He's about to. He was just doing that before.
Yeah, I think that's fold 8.
Johannes is going to go ahead and so it looks like, yeah, change being made here for that pumpkin for HN to break down a little bit. So HN did call the bet at 225 from Sean Louis.
Maybe a bit suspicious here.
HN, don't check it over. It does go check, check.
Good one coming HN's way there.
John's still trying to get his chip situation squared away here. To be fair, it was a lot of chips.
Yeah.
Richard asking, what was the first place finish in the main last year? So we run a bunch of different tournaments series here, Richard. I don't know which one you're referring to as far as like maybe card player, maybe, if that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, the closest thing we can think of is the Card Player Poker Tour in terms of time of year. We didn't have the Summer Swing Series last year.
Yeah, I would have to look it up though. I don't remember exactly. Give me a second though, I'll be able to find it, pull it up though. Assuming that is what you're looking for.
Call 6.
Past tournament results.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
Let's see, so the last Card Player Poker Tour.
Call 2. Top 3.
There was the Summer Heater Series that we did last year. Card Player last year was in the fall last year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did the Summer Heater in like August last year.
Yeah, we did a Summer Heater. So the payout was, oh yeah, TK Miles.
Check 6.
It was a chopped pot between Jeff Trudeau and TK Miles. TK Miles took home $121,479 for first place, and then Jeff Trudeau took $109,322.
Yeah, I remember that one because we.
God, that was a long.
The four-handed
day.
match was like 3 hours.
That was a long day.
Like stayed 8-handed for 2 hours as well, and then stayed 4-handed for like 3 or 4 hours even.
That was a long.
So HN turning the wheel here, 3 flush on the board. David gonna call that small 100 bet on the turn. Now 4 spades on this board, neither player with a spade.
And that does complete the wheel for HN.
Turn completed the wheel.
Oh, it did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, turn did.
Need the 3 spades for hot.
That's his spade up here. It's
Yeah, you needed, you got almost a bet there, right?
should have bet again.
Aces against
I think these guys forget both cards have to play in the hole.
Yeah, they figure it out in a sec.
Yeah.
I was out there during the hand.
So he would need the ace and the tray there. Spades. Yep.
But I still
You would get $100 though.
You would get $100 for a 1-card steel wheel. We do reward the We do reward the one card Royal and the one card Steel Wheel.
So you have to have both. You have to have 2 cards.
And for PLO, it's got to hit the flop for
high
it to
hand.
count as high hand, but we still will reward Royal Flush and Steel Wheel payout in PLO if it doesn't hit on the flop. It just has to qualify for high hand by hitting the flop.
Call 1. Call 2. Call 3.
So David J coming in with jacks, getting calls from 3 different players so far. And we have another 5-way flop coming up.
Pocket jacks, 9-7 suited, king 5 suited. Deuce 6-8.
That's a good flop
cards.
for jacks.
Check 7.
Sean Louis does turn a flop and open ender, pardon me.
65 in the 9. Call 1. Call 2.
Yeah, if Sean Louis hits anything, he's not going anywhere.
Call 6.
At least not early
No.
in the hand. HN with middle pair going to call 2. These pots are getting built up pretty fast because getting some multi-way action early on in the hand.
Ace of diamonds on the turn that completes diamonds. It's probably going to slow things down a little bit. Does check around to Sean Louis, and yep, he does check it back. Queen on the river. Pocket jacks are going to have the check mark.
Yeah, but 2 overcards coming out against him.
85 in the 9.
David going for a little bit of a blocker bet.
And Sean Louis going to apply the pressure here.
Yep, going to try to bluff David
255.
off.
That's a big raise.
Yep, a 3x river raise, but it was over a small river bet by David.
And it does get it through. Sean Louis, yep. That's what I'm talking about. Sean Louis likes making aggressive plays. No one knows when to pick his spots.
That was definitely a good spot, given that David checked that bad turn and then went for very small bet on the river. A pretty good indication of not really willing to put a lot of money in there.
Yeah. So Sean Louis felt like that was a good enough side to take it down. Candyman Joe, what's up? Yeah, I saw that. That you hit the Royal, but it was in tournament. So unfortunately, no high hand payout for you, but yeah, it hits the Royal Flush in tournament. Also, Tara, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while since I think we've seen you in the live stream chat, but hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Call 7. Hold 8. Call 9. Hold 1. Call 2. Hold 3, 4.
Ooh, ace queen suited under the gun, and David's just going to go ahead and call.
4 waves.
So 4 players at the flop. 4
Wow.
Trey.
Big flop for Mr. Bill.
Wow,
Trips.
big one.
Cards.
But nobody else with any sort of pair or draw.
Everybody checked it. Checked it.
Bill checking as well.
And a 6.
HN going to take a shot at this pot.
Yeah, queen 7. Plus than 1% equity, essentially drawing dead. Does bet the 40.
Drawing basically to backdoor 7s only.
And David's going to call with his 2 overs.
Jacob.
Mr. Bill, I would say just call.
Going for the check raise.
Oh, he's going to go check raise, okay.
Going for kind of some value against drawing hands, or maybe
135.
a 4 or a pocket pair.
Yeah, unfortunately,
None of the above is what they have.
yeah. So Mr. Bill will go ahead and scoop that up. Which, hey, for Mr. Bill, that's good enough to take down that pot, considering what happened to him a few hands ago.
Me too. Let's be honest. You were in on the last one, right? You were in on that last one? Yeah. I think so. I was.
Galen, 2-2 hole with Galen.
Sorry. So sorry, Miss Moore. Queen of Spades. Do not look for the Queen of Spades. First burn.
I like the way you said it.
Hold on.
Do not look for the Queen of Spades. It's pretty funny.
Buttons in the
Good wording.
7. We
It's
have
pretty strong
fold
advice
1,
there.
20 in the 2, fold 3, fold 4, call 6, call 7, fold 8, fold 9. I'll get you some change if necessary. 3 ways.
Kalen, 2-2 on the Hold'em, Kalen.
3 ways. Check 6, 40 in the 6.
This is your third movement in a new 5-5 PLO game on table 6 for VS, Tyler, Nicholas, Tony C, Jason M, Max, S, J, and U. 5-5 PLO, table 6.
Check 2. 125 and 6. Fold 2.
Once again, we're opening a new 5-5 PLO game on table 6 for VS, Tyler, Nicholas, Tony C, Jason M, Max, S, J, and U. 5-5 PLO, table 6.
7. Call 8. Maybe 45 in the 9. Call 1, fold 2, fold 8.
Gets the number. So David J and Sean Louis going heads up to this flop. And Sean Louis getting the best of it here.
Check 9.
Flopping a 9.
Check 1.
David J does have the overcards and the backdoor flush draw. But instead of his, it's Sean Louis who turns the backdoor flush.
60. 9C. Call 1.
Blank river here. Does David J try to bluff with the ace jack, or does he try to show it down or give up? Looks like he's going for the bluff.
9C.
Larry, 2-4 in the Hold'em, Larry. Attention players, this is the second call for a new 5-5 PLO game on table 6.
And Sean Louis going to calm down.
VS, Tyler, Nicholas, Tony C, Jason M, Max, S, J, and U. 5-5 PLO, table 6.
Must be because I'm sitting in the 9 seat. Or is this the 1
1
seat?
seat, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know. Coincidence.
Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. 15 on the 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold 1. Fold 2.
First time ever today. Raise and fold. First time.
I'll take it.
Attention players, the new hand is what keeps with an ace. Attention players, it's the third and final call for a new 5-5 PLO game on table 6. For VS, Tyler, Nicholas, Tony C, Jason M, Max, S.J., and you. 5-5 PLO, table 6. Please take your seats at this time. We're going to get cards up in the air.
Fold 2, fold 3.
Richard, kind of hard to say right now.
40.
I mean, we just had our first, we had day 1A. It's a 100K guarantee in the prize pool at least.
Buck and a quarter. 7. Fold 8. Fold 9.
Ooh, pocket jacks for James. 3 bets, 125.
Sean Louis with
Sean
ace
Louis with
jack.
ace jack.
Gonna call it.
HN is gonna stay in it too.
This is not what you expect to happen when you 3-bet to 125.
No.
Get a 3-way flop. Ace for both Sean Louis and HN.
Definitely do not want to see that ace if you have jacks, and HN's going to check it.
Very built up pot already, and James is going to build it up some more.
Attention players playing 5-5 PLO. If you locked up a seat on table 6, please take your seats at this time. We want to get our tuck in the air.
Sean Louis going to call James's C-bet. HN probably going to come along as well. And this pot is ballooning very
it's
fast.
Ballooning bigger and bigger each time. Wow. Oh, and HN
6 on the turn. HN turning 2 pair. But Sean Louis still has a good amount of outs.
That does
Club
get
draw, jack.
He's going to check around the Sean Louis. He does check it back.
He does check back. That is not one of his outs. HN with 2 pair, but despite there being a 4-liner straight, this is a 3-bet pot, so any player holding a 5 is pretty unlikely. HN going for some value here.
And James right now hates this board, hates this game right now.
Yeah, not in love with the spot.
Way too many hands, beats his jacks.
And Sean Louis immediately calls, and HN's hand is good.
A 2 pair for HN, good enough. Earl, we had 91 total entries for day 1A of our main event. 12 players will advance to the final day on Sunday, and they are all going to be in the money as well. Of course, we'll have day 1B tomorrow at noon, and then day 1C will be on Saturday.
I snapped too quick.
But you trying to put me on the straight on the flush too.
No, I just know you. I was looking at you. I know you was looking nervous. So I knew you didn't have any other numbers.
Oh, actually, I didn't look nervous. I wanted you to call.
100%. I told you.
There's button straddle.
Lock it up for Robert, table 6.
Betting like 2 pairs and straight on the flush.
You have to go all in to get me full.
Okay. Noted.
Button straddle.
You can bet 1,000
Like
like
6. Raise 40 with the 7.
James is going to bump it up to 40.
Well, no, yeah.
Oh, pocket aces. Oh, and Sean Louis has 7-6 suited. Ace king for David, who fired out the initial 3-bet. And Sean Louis is going to call the 3-bet.
James is in a must 4-bet spot.
Very much so.
Goes 3x, 300 total. Oh, 400, he said. James's stack might need an update because it looks like he has that amount behind after 4-betting. 790 or so. Wow, David J here. Definitely one of the better hands he's been dealt today. But this action is strong.
Yeah, he was the one to 3-bet as well. You hate the fold when you 3-bet, but considering there's Sean Louis still the act behind him. And
Sean Louis back raise shoves all in with 7-6 suited. He's gambling.
Oh, he is 100%. Now James here's all in. Now David's like, what just happened here? And he's in. Oh, wow, we got 3 players.
All in pre.
All in pre.
I don't think we've seen an all in pre today, Dave.
No.
Other than with like David.
What is this, tournament? The way this is. So here we are. 3 players are all in. Figure out everything afterwards. Deuce 4 ace. Wow, a set of aces for James. Trey on the turn.
Oh my
goodness! Straight completed for Sean Louis.
That is so disgusting, bro.
You can.
Like even if Sean Louis didn't have that, James would have just chopped with anyone with a reasonable hand, but
I knew it. I knew it.
that was not a reasonable hand.
I knew exactly.
That was so sick. Sean Louis completes his straight on the river.
We would have chopped if I didn't have that hand. That's crazy. That is crazy.
That was the craziest way to run out, too.
John's like, I need to frame this.
I think we can make that that still of the 5 on the river. If we have a highlights video for this stream, that would be that'd be it.
When I see the ace, I was a little
Wow. And here's the other thing. John just pointed this out too. David turned a flush draw.
Oh, so Sean hit 3 outs to make his straight, not 4.
Wow.
That is sick.
That's disgusting for James too. Flopped a set of aces.
Had them almost stone dead and got backdoored.
Oh my gosh, Sean Louis.
That is an unreal hand.
Wow.
The way that ran out.
Oh wow, Sean Louis just tipped him a
Tipped him
black chip.
$100 chip.
Wow.
What a dealer.
What a dealer.
And now both David and James are just going to have to pick their chin up and reload.
I know I have to show. It's the only thing I can do. Because if I see it, if I just...
What a sick one. And Sean Louis had him both covered, right? Because they're having to buy back in.
James is adding on. He was not quite covered.
Okay, gotcha.
The action tracker was missing about $300 to finish the stack.
That's right.
So.
Yeah, James was not, but David J was definitely covered.
Yep, he was all in.
Wow, big hand for Sean Louis. Wow, wow, wow.
They needed the insane Sean
Flopped a set of aces for James. David turns a flush draw as well as a turn straight draw for Sean Louis, and then Sean Louis completing his straight on the river.
That is an unreal hand. That
Insane. I'm not saying. I'm not normal. You know that.
Wow, that was so sick.
You've looked at me play.
Did you do that? No, he knows how. Did you do
No,
it? He knows exactly he got beat. We chopped.
It gotta be suited. Sick.
Wow, runner.
I put you both all in. You're supposed to know to pull at that point. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he raised to 400.
He's the one shipping all in.
I should.
He's the one shipping 7 high. He shipped it. Ship it to aces.
No, it was a. If I didn't have 6-7, we would have chopped 3 ways because it's a straight on the board. You understand? Ace 2, 3, 4, 5 was on the board. I literally had a 7 card straight. What is it?
25, 2, 3.
80.
You know what?
Raise.
I dropped the 1, 2, 3. You actually need 1 and 1 to get there.
No, actually 5.
You have 6, 7. You need 4 and 5.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You're right. That's so sick.
You're right.
The 5 doesn't work. You have perfect 4-5.
He's got a 4-5.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
You're like 0.1%. Like 0 because of
That's
that.
why I didn't call.
He had a perfect 4-5.
That's why I didn't call. I was like, I'm gonna gamble.
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
You have to be 4-5. Yeah.
And now Sean Louis, in the very next hand, gets
1%.
ace king
On the turn, you have a lot of
suited.
Turn
Looks like an ace on the flop. Oh man, Johannes just won 2 pair.
Not in good shape against aces.
2 diamonds on this board as well.
This is the.
Typically a flush draw on the flop will induce more action.
Yeah, that'll definitely.
Johannes could just shove all in to this flop bet and may well get action. but he's going to call. Keep Sean Louis' range wide. And that brick turn card is perfect for Johannes.
And whoa, what a check back for Sean Louis.
Giving Johannes a lot of respect here, checking back top pair, top kicker. And may well save him an absolute pile of chips.
The board does pair on the river too.
Pairs and flushes.
Wow, what a check back for Sean Louis.
Yeah, I was not expecting that from him. I think he wouldn't do that against anyone but Johannes, to be honest.
You know what? I was about to say the same thing.
But still called Johannes' river bet.
Yeah, still going to call the river bet. But even then, I feel like Sean Louis lost the absolute minimum just with that check back that he did.
I think he lost a lot less than I expected, but
6-7 that time.
That's what I mean when it comes to Sean Louis. We know how aggressive he is.
I thought he might have folded that river, to be honest. But ace king just a little too strong.
I think Sean Louis is still flying from the high he just got from
oh yeah,
completing that straight on the last hand.
Through the back door.
It says see you in 30. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats. Once things were flush. Yeah, 3 pair, take it to 88. I still think is high out.
It is.
But how you doing, AJ?
I was there a few nights ago.
It's been a while since we've seen you, man. Hopefully you're doing well.
Yeah. So I needed a club that didn't pair the board, which is definitely higher than 1%.
Don't worry. I don't know anything about playing this game with odds on my hand. Feel.
All right, there's a look at the stats. Sean, after the big hand that he got from Mr. Bill, up 36-71. Sean Louis is up. JSapp is up. HN has worked his way up to being up again. Unfortunately, poor Mr. Bill. He is the most stuck at the table. We'll show V-pips after this hand.
Yeah, James also down more than a full buy-in. And not on that list is from our original 8, David.
Oh, yeah. David brought the action for sure, but we got Sean Louis, who is bringing that same amount of action, that same amount of energy. And look at the V-pips. 59% for HN, 58% for Sean Louis, JSapp 53%. Everyone above 20%. Mr. Bill 39%, James 37%. So
1.66%.
yeah,
JSapp has definitely calmed down with David leaving the game.
You are 4% on the front.
I was 4%. And then on the turn, where was I?
5 to go.
On the turn, I was like 20%.
I love how they're doing all the numbers, like what percent they're
Second call for Jackson, 2-2 Jackson.
Yeah.
Full 3, call 4, full 6. 25 to go.
That's a second.
Full 7, full 8.
That's what you call gambling. That's all.
Full, yeah.
Straight up.
That's absolute gambling.
Like, I was like, all right, I'm going.
Oh, are you 7 high yet?
Yeah. 6-7 looks good here, though. Right? Where we at? Me?
Yeah.
Check.
And around we go.
So both JSapp and Bill flopping a pair. JSapp adding a straight draw too
50 bucks.
on the turn.
And
It's for most wanted though.
Most wanted. The villains. The villains.
50.
call and a fold. Gonna take a picture of myself with that hand.
I can send it to you.
Sad to me.
Check.
Mr. Bill's hand's going to hold, and he's going to collect this one.
Got 5.
That was such a gross hand. Oh my gosh.
So 11.
That was absolutely one of the grossest hands I've seen on stream. At least in the commentator booth.
Mm-hmm.
Sean, you gonna be
A few come to mind from when I was dealing, but you know,
Yeah.
we don't need to mention them here. Just in case Forrest is in the chat.
I think I know which one comes to mind from after you said that.
5 to go.
Haven't heard from him today, but I feel like he's still lurking.
The stone one-outer. Oh, yeah, Kirk, you missed it, dude. Backtrack about 15 minutes ago. Backtracked about 15 minutes ago. It was pocket aces versus ace-king versus 7-6.
Sean Louis was 7-6.
Yeah, Sean Louis was 7-6.
All in pre.
Uh-huh.
It's more for me, right? Suited more to me than him.
One more reds?
No gamble, no future.
Is that what it says?
Yeah,
that's what it says.
no gamble, no future.
No gamble, no future. Gamble too much, also no
Yes,
future.
sir.
Yep, it's got to be a certain range.
Fold 9 to 2.
Chopping.
What do you want to do? You chop.
A few raise and take it's and a few chops in the last couple of hands.
You got a bunch shot in the. Jimmy, give me my big blind one. Let y'all get. Bunch shot 10 to go. Extra hand. Call 3. Call 4. Fold 7. Fold it. Fold back. Option. 50-5-0.
Kirk with the real
A little
questions.
better than 6-7.
7-8.
I'll pay the seat.
8-9.
I don't know how it always happens.
8-9.
Jack 7 ace flop here.
Nothing on the flop for either, but Sean Louis with position and with the initiative going to take it down. Also didn't know he had the best hand there, but he did.
You got a bunch shot in the.
Hopefully we can get Mr. Bill and HM back on the table in a few hands.
Yeah.
At the most.
Yeah, Mr. Bill's probably taking a little bit of a walk, which, by the way, Kirk, Mr. Bill said hello.
Shot gonna be 10 to go.
Sad that he missed you today, but he wanted to say hello. We got Sean Louis, Mr. Bill, HN in this game, and it's been fun. And of course, let's not forget David, rest in peace.
Yeah, David definitely brought a good amount of action.
What about from the 3?
Now pocket 5s for James here. John's going to bump it up to 40.
Check. Heads up. We gotta check.
Pair of jacks and an 8. John. So 2 pair. Well, now 3 pair.
James now counterfeited.
Yeah, very much so.
Just playing a 5 from his hand as his poker hand.
Yep. I don't see.
John trying to bluff. I mean, James trying to bluff here, but getting called on the turn by John.
Yeah.
I'm certain what John holds here.
I am going to venture to say it's better than 5s that James has. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It may even be a jack. Slow playing a bit. Trying to induce.
Yeah.
Never know. It was the mystery hand.
It was a mystery hand. It will stay a mystery. Mystery hand, a winning hand. Did someone say? Yeah, exactly. For AJ, what's up, man? Ladybug, good to see you. How are you doing? Where you been?
It's crazy that pot was so big it wasn't even a high hand.
Yeah.
Not even close to a high hand.
I don't think Sean Louis is. I don't think Sean Louis is worried about the high hand after the pot he just scooped up in that.
$20 from
Aces versus ace king versus 7-6 hand. Which Kirk, by the way, if you get a chance, let me know what you think when you actually see that hand. Like I said, just back tack about 20 minutes ago.
All right, here, hands up.
All right, heads up. King 9 versus pocket trays and a pair of 9s for John. Let's check around. It's worse and worse.
Flip shoulder.
Let's check around. Ladybug says traveling. What's the travel destinations? You were just in the Midwest, I want to say, a few months back. Might be a lot longer now. But where have we been? What's the travel log look like?
Be sure to add it. I got it already. Be sure. Craig's over the double check. 5 minutes. Start with you, Louis.
Starting with me, huh?
That's cool. 6-7. Come on, 6-7. 0-1. 0-3. 0-4. 15 from 7. Next time I'll buy you one. Holy, if I found it.
James on the button with the mystery hand. David J defending his big blind. Offsuit single gapper. Flopping a bottom pair.
This is from Asian. We talk about random
Backdoor to hearts as well for David J.
But just gonna fold the bet. Ace high board. Button could easily have almost any ace in his range.
Joe, what you want to do? You want to post 7? You want to wait?
Can I straddle?
You can't straddle. You try though.
You can even go all in.
Yeah?
No.
You can't even go all in too. That's an option too.
Cannot straddle. Only button under the gun.
You can buy me.
You got any buttons?
We are gonna get demonetized if that song goes on long enough. Can't remember the
Surprisingly, the other videos did not.
this one's pretty strong today, so it's
Wow, 8-day cruise, 20-day cruise. Germany in August? Nice. One of our floor managers, Ben, just got back from a trip that he took from Europe.
oh wow.
About a 3-week trip.
Yeah, I was wondering where Ben was because I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he was in Europe. He was visiting his ancestors. He was in Ireland and a few other places. Yeah, guys, again, don't forget, Christmas in July, right around the corner. We've been talking about it. Big promotions happening during Christmas in July. Of course, massive high hand promotions, as well as card player cruise packages that will be given away, 1 per day, valued at $3,144. Lots of good stuff happening during Christmas in July. As always, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details. Oh, okay, 10-4-6 flop.
Little action flop.
Pair of 6s for Sapp.
Double gutter for James.
Yep.
Basically a coin flip on this flop. 4 on the turn doesn't change anything on the board or between them.
Did I get a sugar free record?
James gonna try to double barrel it. Looks like JSapp not quite convinced. Gonna make one more call at least.
Ace on the river.
That is pretty much the nut bluff card for James. Gonna take the chance.
Yep. That's 135. And it does work. James does get it through. Bluff works out.
No, I thought I for sure you looked up those since I'm high feet.
Yeah, Kirk, that hand was wild, man. Case ace on the flop to give James the set of aces. Then the turn card to give David the flush draw. And then Sean Louis rivering his straight to take it all down. It was a massive, massive hand.
We got a button straddle on the one. Button straddle gonna be 10 to go. Action to small blind. Call.
No, but I just said no one is.
So we do have HN back, still waiting on Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Mr. Bill's probably just taking a walk, stretching things out a little
Yeah,
bit.
he'll be back.
He seemed like sort of relaxed.
He didn't come here not to play the full stream.
Oh,
That's
100%.
for sure.
Now Sean Louis with Queen Jack, who's going to raise the 35 on the
So
button.
that's your secret.
Did straddle as well.
Two of the bigger stacks going at it here.
Yeah, it is. John and Sean Louis. Queen 7 ace. John does catch his ace.
Can't remember what I had.
And
That's
Sean Louis
all.
caught his queen.
Yeah, 30.
30.
There's Mr. Bill. Looks like he got himself a drink and a bag of chips. That shirt is awesome.
That is a great shirt.
I'm not getting old. I'm becoming a legend. You've already been a legend, Mr. Bill. Oh my God, Sean Louis, how do you do this? How do you do this? How do you just turn two pair?
And John's still going big. Full pot on the turn with ace 9. John checking the river.
275.
Sean Louis is going to bet 275.
And get quickly paid off.
Quickly
Wow, what a
paid
pot.
off. Wow. Sean Louis almost 3K. Now, for Kirk, I know you just joined the stream too. John got involved in a pretty big pot. Unfortunately, it was Mr. Bill who paid him off. Mr. Bill tried to make a pretty massive bluff, but John called him off.
You already had it in the chips.
That's a nice hand.
So John ended up getting all his chips.
It was a pretty big bluff, but it was just kind of the money maybe wasn't deep enough to get through.
Other than 2-5 John?
John with the long hand?
Yeah.
John on it.
No, no, sorry, not with the long hand. Different
Not a John.
Mr. Bill, let me get that misblind button from you. So I'll try and charge you again. Mr. Bill is in.
So we are back to full strength here. Mr. Bill back in the game.
Good hand, that's good.
I was behind on the flop for sure.
Johannes opening things up with this small pair.
How much?
Nice hand, and then flop over the trips. That's that. Two hands good. Fold one. Call two.
Mr. Bill getting back involved.
Call three.
You should be on.
Mystery hand for John.
Gonna get a 4-way flop here.
Alright, we got 4 of them.
Pocket trays, King, Jack, 10-6, and then mystery hand. And we do see a flop.
Check. Check.
I think I see one face card. Yep, queen. Now there's a king for David.
Yep, flop check through. David J flopped the best of it for sure with his open-ender and live cards. And gonna take it down immediately on the turn.
You want to color up?
Yeah, we're not even. In the meantime, we'll fill up all here.
The dealer have to like bypass.
Please don't.
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. He can't do it. I can do it.
Yeah, if I try to move this, it might fall.
Well, they fall back.
Some might going to drop on all kinds of things. Better leave this alone.
And Sean Louis creating the obstacle course.
I'll start throwing it over. Go all the way. Go 1, 2, 3. 40 bucks from the 4.
I think if I pass the diamond there, for sure I might get penalized. Let me do this.
No, you're good. I'm good.
I'm gonna just do this.
Thank
Pull it
you.
back.
Sean Louis having fun
kidding?
with his
You kept going. I
chip
was gonna
stacks that
expect you
he
to go.
has. I will admit that is one thing to have fun with when you have a lot of chips in front of you.
It can continue afterwards.
Sometimes you spend more time trying to figure out your chip formation in the actual game.
Got a button straddled, sending to go.
That had a pretty wild 5-10 game, right?
Actually, yeah.
It was really sick.
Yeah, that was a really wild 5-10 game. Of course, Asian X, the star of the show that night.
Did you watch it? On YouTube, yeah, it was like last week, I think.
Our hands will make your highlights next week.
It should.
Heads up, check.
Ace Queen 6 flop, all clubs.
Check.
10 on the turn, tray on the river. Looks like the sixes are going to get it done.
No, we're starting with you.
All right, I can. You wanted that exact scenario, though, period.
Okay.
Every time, every hand,
Oh,
every chance you get, you want that exact scenario.
3, call 4. 45 from 6. 75 from 7. Fold back. 75, go fold 4. Yeah, call from 6.
I heads up here. Pair of 9s and an ace. HN. Flop 2 pair. Unfortunately, James has a 9 in his hand. Trip 9s for James.
Did James 3-bet this hand, or?
He did. He bet 75.
Oh, this will be a pretty good opportunity for James. He's definitely had a pretty aggressive image tonight.
And he is going up against a player that is just as aggressive, an HN.
James is in Value Town. Just got to decide how much to go.
Goes 300.
Pretty quick call from HN, so James getting a pretty good amount of value. Maybe some more out there for him, but not too much more. Good pot coming his way.
You got a button settle in the 8. Shawty gonna be my big blind. Alright, we got a button straddle. Button straddle will be 10 to go. Actually, let's start in the small blind. Sorry, you do. 10 to go. Fold 9. Oh, it's actually no. You got a button straddle here. Call. Fold 6.
We had a straddle on the button.
Call 7. Oh, shit. Check. Alrighty, we got 4 of you.
Use Queen 4 flop.
Check 2.
Johannes open-ended.
Check 7.
And
Nobody else with anything.
nobody else has anything else, really.
So probably just going to be a bet and take it from Johannes.
30 to go.
No, Mr. Bill is going to go ahead and give Johannes action. Going to go ahead and call. With Jack high.
Yep, I'm intrigued to see what his plan is here. What type of cards he wants to make a move on, maybe.
That's an interesting card because now Mr. Bill has himself a straight flush draw. Johannes with the pair of trays. Does go check.
Johannes could make a steel wheel as well. Instead,
could.
that's a 5 on the river. Bill back towards the straight after calling with nothing.
Mr. Bill, the legend.
Hundo.
rivered the straight. And Johannes with 2 pair. Well, something happened. 2-4 land.
It's unlikely 2 pair for Johannes here, but 1 liner on the river, possible flush, making the right lay down against a surprising straight, to say the least.
Straight came out of nowhere.
Yeah. How did Mr. Bill know?
Felt it. That's why he's a legend.
Third and final call, Gabe. 2-2 run the ball and Gabe.
25, 36.
Alex, 2-2 run the ball
25,
and
go.
Alex.
Fold 7, fold 8, fold 9, fold 1, 25, and a call.
All right, King Jack offsuit for HN. Mr. Bill 6 deuce suited.
Check.
And it's a bet and take from HN after that flop.
Basic. We have a red blind and a 3. Got a button straddle in the 1.
Been a pretty fun 2-5 live stream tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Got about an hour and a half left into the live stream. And again, like I said, we'll be back at it tomorrow with another 2-5 game, this time featuring the $25 big blind Annie. That'll be taking place tomorrow at 6. And then on Saturday, 5-10 no limit hold'em action. Should be a pretty busy Saturday considering that's going to be day 1C of the main event. Be a lot of final opportunities for people trying to get into the final day on Sunday for the main event. 6-4 suited versus ace queen. Ace for Sean Louis.
HN not electing to c-bet, and
So let it go.
if he knew Sean Louis' hand, he would be glad he didn't.
Yeah, he was definitely dominated and then some.
Assuming my timing is that Seth come back and taking over.
All right, got Seth hopping back in. Hour and a half remaining. We do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, reminder, Christmas in July starts on Wednesday, July 12th. Our second biggest promotion of the year. Big high hand opportunities, as well as we will be giving away a card player cruise package every day, 1 package per day during the entire promotion. And it's valued at $3,144. Pretty sweet stuff during Christmas in July. Runs from July 12th through July 23rd. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, live stream schedule, tournaments, and much more. 4 players to the flop. Pocket 5s, ace 8, king 6, 10, queen, ace 4, jack on the
Pretty
flop.
action right there. Mr. Bill with a club draw, Sean Louis with top pair, and JSapp with a Broadway draw as well, but quickly folding.
So heads up now with Sean Louis and Mr. Bill. 10 on the turn.
Some more outs for Mr. Bill now.
Sean Louis going to bet 225. Mr. Bill going to come along and make the call.
Yeah, it looks like he's cutting out the call.
Sean Louis ends up rivering 2 pair.
2 pair for Sean Louis.
This is just one of those nights where Sean Louis is just hitting everything. We've seen this quite a few times, and Mr. Bill shakes his head. He hates that he has to fold, and that's another pot being shipped over to Sean Louis. And Sean Louis asked, "You want to see?" Mr. Bill said, "Yeah," and Sean did show the 2 pair. It is wild. For Sean Louis, every time he's on the live stream, it's either feast or famine with him.
Yeah, his style is definitely in line with that. And a good amount of pots, likes to gamble, likes to make some moves.
I mean, all-in pre was 7-6 against pocket aces and ace king.
80. 90.
The ace king or ace queen? What did I type? Hold on. Ace king, yeah.
Yeah, David J had the ace king.
Yeah.
So this hand, David J 3-betting with queens over Johannes' open, and JSapp, oh my gosh, on the button with aces.
Oh boy.
Gonna go for a small 4-bet to 180.
Oh, James is in the hand too. I didn't register him for some reason.
Yeah, he folded anyways. So.
Yeah, it does fold. Okay, there we go. Now the action tracker picking up. All
David's
right.
gonna call, and David's hoping for a queen or a king or ace on the flop to kind of get him off cheap. He doesn't get there with a queen, but
or just flop the set.
Or you can just plan a. And David does not have 410. It looks like he has more like 800 and change.
Yeah, he's got a little bit. Oh, what a flop for David.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I was waiting on you.
Wow, again, we saw this earlier with JSapp in a hand.
Yeah.
Just flopping top set and betting it out.
And JSapp was the one that let out because he was the one that flopped the set last time.
Yeah, I just
so
have
like
to say, like,
it's reversed.
Pretty crazy to see that.
Yeah.
Just because you just never expect such a thing.
And now he's all in.
It's aces.
590.
Not much he can do here.
Uh-huh. He is pretty well dominated, though.
I'll call.
And there is the call.
Showdown if you'd like.
And, yep, he gets shown to queens. And, yep. We've all seen this episode before. 9 on the river. Queens are going to get it done. Aces continue to get cracked.
Aces got beat by 7 high. Aces got beat by queens. Especially when my boy hit me.
Louis.
I knew you had pockets, but I didn't put you on queens. That's why.
Yeah. Yes, sir. John's in.
Yep. Queens off the set. Yeah, aces no good tonight. I'm gonna just muck them pre-flop.
Button straddle. Got 3 seats back. What's this? That's me. That's yours. Oh, we got 3 seats back. Oh, so this one.
Hey, he'll take it back if you don't want it.
Yeah. Button straddle, fold 7, fold 8, fold 9. Fold 1. Call 2. 45. Greasy. Call 6. Call 2.
Mr. Bill and John both the same hand. Ace 9 offsuit. 6 tray suited for HN. Queen, Jack, Jack.
Check 2.
It's a backdoor to spades for Mr. Bill.
30. Under 30.
John's going to go ahead and bet 30.
Fold 6. Fold 2.
And yep, this goes full. John's going to take it down. Again, guys, reminder, don't forget the July live stream schedule is up on the website. You guys can check out that schedule. If you see a game that you would like to play in, just fill out that questionnaire that's on the live stream page. And it's first come, first serve. You can try to get your seat that way.
See Sean anywhere? Nope. He's doing it. 1 seat's up.
Edward asking in the Facebook chat, I'm coming down tomorrow. Can anyone play on the live stream? Yes. Yes. You can even sign up the day of and everything. Usually there's a chance that you may not be able to make the game if you try to sign up for a live stream the day of. But Edward, I can tell you that there are some open seats for tomorrow's 2-5 live stream with the $25 big blind ante. So if you want on that list, I can definitely throw you on there if you're coming down to play, if you're wanting to play on the live stream. I do have that capability as well. 3 bets 75 from Johannes, Queen Jack suited. That is the typical Johannes action.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're heads up here with Johannes and James. Ace, deuce, 8. So James catches an ace. However, flush draw for Johannes. Looks like a blank on the turn. I think that's like the 4 clubs or something I saw. Yep, 4 clubs. Complete blank.
That's gonna top off too, right before that hand.
What, really?
Yeah.
I was too invested. That's why I was just like, all right. You know what I mean? You ripped it all in.
No, I know, but if I had more, you might not have.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to fold in.
Could have saved me some, too, yeah.
I saved you some by not
More, yeah.
reloading. It's only 350. 8.
Ed, the reason why I say if you want me to put you on the list now, I can. If you try to sign up on the website tonight, there might be a chance that your name might get missed. The sign up for the website, that's for people that are trying to plan in advance for the live stream in like weeks. So it's kind of like set up that way for that. So if you want on the list, I'll put you on. And you have the right. I mean, if you end up not wanting to play or whatever, you have the right to do so. I'm just saying, if you want me to just go ahead and throw you on the list now, I can do that for you.
And that'll definitely be down in the history books.
If you try to sign up on the website, there might be a chance where it may not get put on immediately, especially with it being a day before the stream. You know what I mean?
Highlights for sure.
That's coming next. Fold 2, 3, 4.
Ultimate bad beats.
25. 25 and a 6. Fold 7. Fold 8.
Nice to see HN raise up the 8-6 off suit, raising it to 25. David and Sean Louis also going to call. Oh, wow. Queens have been running good for David J. Flops himself trip queens. Backdoor to clubs for Sean Louis. And I think HN's the one that's going to fire out 50. David's just going to go ahead and call. And Sean Louis does call.
It's gonna go runner.
It's not, unfortunately. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Now HN. Is he going to bet again here? Nope, decides to check it. And Jack on the river. Queens full of jacks for David. That might be good enough for a high hand. Maybe, potentially.
Wrong card on the 10.
275.
I think you burn the wrong card. Somebody says burn card.
That's fine, no worries.
No, maybe you go from the other ways around, you know.
Yeah.
Start with that
That's
side
what I'm
and then
saying.
go this way.
It did not show, so I guess it's not a high hand.
What kind of a weird card is on the 10? I just knew that the 8 was supposed to come on the 10.
That's fine, Edward, no worries.
I didn't have pocket queen.
So we got a straight flush.
Not raising up.
Bink.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Fold 3. Fold 4. 25 again. 25 and the 6. Deja vu. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold 1. Call 2.
All right. Heads up here, Mr. Bill and HN. And there's a face card on the flop. We'll see the flop here in just a second.
Starts on you, Mr. Bill. Check 2. 50 in the 6.
HN did bet 50. There you go, 9-5 queen flop. Mr. Bill with a pair of 9s. 8 on the turn gives HN now a pair of 8s. Mr. Bill has himself a gutter to a straight.
Call 2.
Also, HN has a gutter to a straight. That's a face card, so this should go to Mr. Bill
Check 2.
on the river.
Check 6.
It does go check, check. It is a king, so Mr. Bill will take this down. Mr. Bill has a 9. Good enough.
Bet again. That pair 8. And it's 8.
Want kings with the 10 in the high hand, huh?
Call 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Call 9. 30. 1 seat. Call 2. Call 3. Call 4. Or 6. And 9.
John, can I get your parking boxes?
Huh? John.
You're gonna take it?
Tommy? No. Check. Yeah, check 2. Check 3.
Wow, quad kings just got destroyed by high hand.
90 and a 6. Hold 9.
Call.
Call 1. Hold 2. Hold 3.
Bro, how does he do this? HN flop 2 pair, and Sean Louis goes runner for trips. How does he continue to do this?
I think turn went check, so HN might be a non-believer to this river bet.
Yeah, it did go check.
Yep, HN gonna call him.
Wow.
And
oh, gross.
Sean Louis showing yet another unlikely winner.
Running good, Sam.
Get the pot coming his way.
Your specialty?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When he dealing. Only when
I was about ready to say. Seth is becoming Sean Louis' best friend right now.
Really? So why didn't put more on only 10?
Oh, man. How does Sean Louis do it, though?
Yeah, because I could easily have an overpair to the board there with the 5s. So whatever 2 pair you had was no good.
I have to call, so it's going to be until.
Raise 30.
John's going to go ahead and raise it to 30 on the button with 8-7 suited.
Runner.
Hold 7.
The amount of times Sean Louis has gone runner tonight.
Not me and you. Respect. Respect.
Hey,
I had 5-6. I had 5-6. So you got to be crushed.
You brought my straight.
Yeah.
You brought my straight.
You're just winning me on height there.
Straddle. Button straddle. You're 3. You can fold as soon as you can. Fold 6, 7, 8, 9.
I just don't want to take you out walking. So how to go up.
Oh, me against the monsters. The one-on-one. Alright.
I just didn't want to take you out walk. So I call you. Check.
Alright, check. No one-on-one. No one-on-one.
20 more.
Let's go, son.
I
You can have anything.
I have nothing.
I have 10 high.
I have nothing.
10 high better than you?
I think 10 high.
You beat 10 high?
But I still can't call. It was like, because I have queen high and then I call, it's like, it doesn't make sense. I see.
9, 8, 9. Or 9, 10. I
You
can't remember.
You
One
bet
of the two.
it. You bet you got it. You bet you got it.
One of the two. Yeah.
Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold 1. When you get a chance, it's 5 to go. Just 5 to go. Fold 2, 3, call 4, 5. Call 7. Let's make it 30 in the 7. Yep. Call 4. Call 6. Check 6. 60, 70. I'm just calling. Call. 60 and everybody called it. Check 6.
So a lot of Broadway on this board, and JSapp gonna check back ace jack.
Check 6.
Making trips on the river with his kicker playing. And he's gonna go for some value here, 100. HN with just bottom pair. And James with an under pair, and both, ooh, gonna call. Maybe just thought JSapp basically had trips or nothing, which is reasonable to assume when somebody bets the river into two opponents. It's probably either the super strong hand or just complete air. So I kind of understand James's call there.
Button straddle. Hold 7. Hold 8. Hold 9. Hold 1. Call 2. Hold 3. 30. 30 in the 4 seat. 130 in the 7 or 6. Hold 2.
All right, here we go. HN getting out of line pre-flop, 3-betting 10-7 on the button straddle. Going heads up to the flop with JSapp, and big flop for JSapp, flopping top pair, top kicker. Has HN almost stone dead this hand. HN gonna see bet bluff. Pretty good flop to try to bluff at, but basically JSapp has the one card that you're not gonna be able to bluff off. Heart draw for both on the turn. JSapp with the check mark. Now an ace on the river. JSapp has a pretty strong value hand.
75.
So it goes for a blocker looking bet. A little surprising. Maybe thinks HN just doesn't have much. Maybe a hand like Jacks 10s. But the other side effect of this blocker bet is sometimes it just induces a bluff raise, which is what he's getting here. JSapp not even giving HN a chance to show.
Tell you what?
Study a pocket.
Nice pot for JSapp there. Just gave HN all the space he needed to bluff into him and benefited big time there.
I almost folded after you paid 100. Got scared. Yeah. I already. Here. Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't hit the
I thought you were like slow rolling flush. Like I said, I don't know. I thought you had aces the way you came out 150. Oh, 130. Yeah. Can I also have a cold water too? Yeah, cold please. 20 and 2. How much is it? 20.
Call 4. Call 6. Hold 7. Hold 8.
No.
Ace king.
Just the best card ever.
What did you have?
Check 2.
So JSapp flopping the best of this, open-ended. But still nobody with anything, and JSapp just checking down his open-ender. Could take it down with a bet of $5 at this rate. But just giving up with the open-ender. Pretty surprising. And Jack Eye's going to take it from Mr. Bill there. Wow. Bruce, you're absolutely right, because I don't think HN would have played the 7-6 like Sean Louis, but Sean Louis had many good hands as well, ignoring the 7-6 hand.
Call 2. Call 3, call 4. 40. 40 in the 6. Call 7, call 8, call 9, call 1. Call 2. Call 4.
Earlier on, this game was definitely a lot of 3, 4, 5-way pots, but we've seen a lot more heads-up action, a little bit of 3-way action more, but definitely a good amount of heads-up pots. HNC betting, Mr. Bill quickly folding. So that is Seth's last hand for 30 minutes, and that's going to be maybe Sean Louis' cue to tighten up a little more without his favorite dealer in there. But that is the last hour of the stream as well. Coming into the last hour of the stream as well.
Yeah, his favorite dealer for tonight for sure. Seth's definitely dealt some fire to him. But there's a look at it as we are entering our final hour of the live stream. John up 3K, Sean Louis up 2,300. JSapp, Johannes are up. David is relatively even. And then James, HN, and oh man, Mr. Bill. It hurts me to see that.
Actually, you don't need
Hurts me to see Mr. Bill being the most stuck at the table. And then a look at the VPIP says we are entering our final hour here on the live stream. Appreciate you guys so much hanging out with us.
Sean has the family.
Yeah, that seat's not been generous. I mean, it claimed the first David.
And then when HN left, Sean Louis went on the sun run.
Yeah. Yeah. HN's like, if only if.
Not that HN would have played the 7-6 hand the way Sean did,
No,
but
no.
there's been a lot of other very good hands for Sean as well.
Yeah.
75, fold, 8, fold, 9.
So James going for the squeeze with ace-4, you know, ace wheel suited.
75 to go.
John under the gun with just ace-jack offsuit, gonna fold, but HN gonna call. HN might just be a little too stuck to fold. Reasonable flop for both, and James is gonna check back.
Club's complete on the board. HN bets 100. James is on the call.
Total brick river.
Definitely been a very fun 2-5 live stream.
James has shown a willingness to call down a lot of these aggressive players like David and HN, so he's probably going to go for it here as well.
He does. HN's going to get that one. But it's been a fun live stream. I mean, piggybacking off the 5-10 stream that we had last Friday, which was, as far as 5-10 games go, that probably was one of our better 5-10 games that we had in a while. Of course, shout out to Agent X, who was the star of that show. But here we are. This 2-5 game's been very, very good. Had a lot of fun action taking place. By the way, we are almost at the final phases of day 1A of our main event. At this time juncture, 13 players remain.
Yeah, just heard Arlie in the background. He was saying that they're just going to hand for hand during this time of the stream, so 15 minutes ago.
Yep. So I did take a look at some of the notable players that are in the field still at this time. Of course, 2-5 Jerry.
Yep.
Is still in it here. 9-7-7 flop. Saw Hunter was still in the field. Hunter was still in. Kelly Joe was still in.
Oh, he was? I saw him playing PLO for a while today. I guess he maybe late entered.
He's late entered and found himself being in the remaining field here at this moment in time. Nikki, who we know, is also in the final field right now at the moment. So I think they're just waiting for one more elimination before the final 12 is decided. That's moving on.
This hand going on the table is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Heads up to the flop. HNC bet 75. James decided to raise him to 175. HN called, and now on the turn, James is continuing with the bluff with his gut shot.
Wait, which one? Talking about the
Wow.
Whoa, HN just rips it.
He sussed it out, I guess.
Right? You had ace, you called my re-raise, flop 2 pair. I ace king. Board ended up paying 4s.
Wow, big rip from HN.
Yeah, looks like it was about 920, 940. And James folding.
Yeah, James already folded as Jacob was cutting.
I think they're just updating the stat count as well.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, definitely.
So good one coming his way, yeah.
Take it down.
And that was an air versus an air battle. We haven't really seen one like that today all that often. Both players with not much of a hand going at it.
Especially your
all the confidence people. I'm just like, I am gonna win. I don't care what you have.
I knew he had either ace or king.
Do you ever lay that down?
But yeah, again, guys, 12 players are going to advance to the final day, and everyone that does advance to the final day from today will be in the money. So they're just a player or two away from completing day 1A.
I could never just call the ball.
And we'll be back at it tomorrow for day 1B of our main event. $600 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool.
It was 20 and then 80.
And day 1C will be on
Which made my total call
Saturday.
I'm definitely going.
Once you call, I'm like, to the connectors, we have to gamble. It's too much money. I cannot. If I flat there, I'm just asking for a fucking disaster. I'm begging to just get bet out on the flop. So
I used to live in California. I used to live in California. I had to go. There's a place that was nearby, and they used to call 6-7 better than aces, because they always cracked aces in that place.
6, 7, 7, 8 suited. Those are the hands you want to have against aces.
He's gonna make 20.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Any middle suited connector is the hand you want to have.
All right, so it looks like we're going to be heads up here.
Against
HN and John. King 4-8. HN does catch an 8. John has the mystery hand.
Have the nuts, right?
6-7.
But I have the nuts, right?
6-7.
6-7. 6-7 would definitely benefit from what's on the board right now.
Appreciate you. That's why I don't want to show nuts happen nuts though. No nuts is cool.
No, you gotta bet 6-7. Or like king 3 offsuit or some shit. Yeah, this is pretty random. This is no good.
I'm surprised we have checks, man. Rock night.
What? Oh, you?
Yeah. 5 to go. What's that? Hold on, we're right. Now we're at 25. Yeah.
I was gonna call see it.
Fold. 45 to go. Fold around.
Tony C, 211, Tony C.
It's alright. I want to put an over-under bet on what finishes first, this or the tournament.
How long's that tournament going on?
What's up?
How long's that tournament been going on?
I think I want to say noon.
It's yesterday, right?
Oh, yesterday?
They have to go down to 12 people. Yeah, they're
so-
hand for hand right now. But it's 10 to go. And
Yep. So it is hand to hand, as I hear Jacob just mentioned, with the tournament that's happening right beside us. Of course, day 1A.
The first fly at day 1. Yeah. They have a fly. They have a fly at Saturday, right? Isn't it?
They have what?
They have a night fly at Saturday, right?
Yeah.
John's gonna raise it up to 60. He's got a mystery hand here.
60, 23,
It's a pretty significant raise. Mr. Bill is going to call with 7-6.
Oh.
And there's an ace in the window.
Let's do it. Check.
Ace 5 tray.
Gut shot for Mr. Bill. John checking back.
10 on the turn.
No, I didn't. I was going to say that finish.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
$50.
Sean Louis might be calling it a night.
Just about to finish too because,
Mr. Bill is going to call the $50 bet from John. Ooh, ace in the river. High hand. Oh, yeah, pocket ace. Whoa.
Wow. And also checking it back and taking it easy on Mr. Bill, too.
Wow, John's mystery hand was pocket aces.
Yeah, you got that?
Quad aces with a 10.
That's a pretty strong high hand.
Yeah. Especially on this night, that might hold up.
I guess where's your 7-6 with that?
No, that's the point. And you looked at your hand and you went quiet. I was like, all right, he's got pot.
Got an assist from Mr. Bill there, calling him on the turn.
You were
Otherwise,
giving me the tournament right now.
Yeah, no,
not have got
definitely.
there.
Definitely.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, no. For sure, yeah.
Can you call her up or you going to say?
I'll believe you, Sean.
Try to go.
King Queen suited for Sean Louis.
Sean Louis trying to rack up and leave,
I can't go all in with 6-7.
but gets a super playable hand and King Queen suited.
Particular kind of idiot to do that type of thing. A very specific kind of idiot.
$20 from Tim. What? Bro, I can't hear it.
Sean Louis, that's funny. It takes a special kind of idiot to go all in with 6-7. Oh, that's funny.
It is funny, but it's also not wrong.
No.
All comedy has a element of truth in it.
Yes, this is true.
Wow,
Check.
massive
Whoa.
flop for Sean Louis.
My man's trying to rack up and leave, and he just flopped a world. Now, heart's complete.
Only threat out there to Sean is
The mystery
James's
hand.
mystery hand. But not anymore.
Yeah, no, we know he didn't have hearts.
You get lucky on.
You see him big black one?
You want to break? Sure. You got all of them.
You got one of
You want 500? You want 500 already?
No, just 100.
Go no, man. Take off 500.
Sean Louis like, look, I'm going to leave. Take all my red.
Less to carry that way.
Yeah, it is.
$20 from
Oh,
I didn't hold it, so still got like 16 minutes. It's not guaranteed. You want to buy it for $2.99?
man, look at all these playable hands.
Ace king, ace queen, pocket eights, queen 6 suited on the button.
Yeah, but 3-bet pot.
Yeah.
Now David J with a pair as well.
Yeah, David's going to try to set mine with deuces. Deuces never loses. Jack 10 suited for Sean
Ooh,
Louis.
JSapp just calling, letting them all
How many people?
All in for the minimum there
Best bet heads up.
with ace king. It's a good flop though.
Backdoor to clubs for HN.
Middle pair and a gut shot for Sean Louis.
And around we go 5 y'all.
Blank on the turn.
John, I've seen it one time.
Does put out a
Sold
potential
it,
spade draw,
and
but
next hand after they sell it, 100 in the one. They beat it. So like if you sold it to him and then you beat it the next hand. Did it one time.
If it happened to me, I'd just give it to him. I don't want to do that. That's just bad.
Yeah.
JSapp's going to call with his pair of kings. All right, now HN also going to call.
I would never tell one. If it makes it, it makes it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Ooh, David J missed out on his set.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sucks.
And Sean Louis betting again into this field.
That sucks for David J. Didn't feel good about his deuces, and then, of course, yeah, deuce on the river. Hindsight's 20/20, but still, that sucks.
Still disappointing for him for sure.
Yeah, especially when he sees
nice
that.
pot for JSapp here.
I'm not slow. I don't know. You've been a monster all day on the
It's like, I wonder if I should call. Like, yeah, get him in.
You've had a lot of Tuesdays. Right? It's not fair. Four pairs and three either.
How can you not bet the flop days? King no fucking free flop.
Try to hide it.
Try to hide it. Get hiding.
I pocket deuces on that one.
On Tuesday. That's something.
Oh, you did?
Well, you did.
I'll tell you what.
And he
Like
folded
you bet
it.
100. And I'm like, ah, no.
To be fair, he did not expect the deuce to come out on the river.
What'd you have?
I had a good hand. Sam, but you
6,
had a
7.
bad
Sean Louis, I had a good hand.
Yeah, JSapp just kind of willing to show his hand quickly on the river, even when he's the one who calls.
10 jack suited.
7, 8, 9. Just 2.
Costing the table some information.
I mean, chop, I mean.
All right, so they're going to chop up this one, keep it going.
But I beat them. So.
Yes, straddle one more. Bro, I can't hear you. Yes. I swear, it feels like you're whispering.
Mics are a little louder than normal, but that's also because we got the tournament happening right next to us too. So.
Fold 3, fold 4, fold 6.
So yeah, the notable players that did make it into the final day on Sunday, mentioned a few of them already. Hunter is in the final day. Kelly Joe is in the final day. 2-5 Jerry also in the final day. I feel like I missed somebody. Nikki also in the final day as well.
Otherwise, it's over.
It's over. It's done.
Got Sean Louis in the rack with another supremely playable hand.
Ace tray 6 flop. It's an okay flop for queens.
That was definitely a
I
brutal
think Sean Louis just called pre. And while Mr. Bill going to try to set mine post flop with his deuces as well.
5 on the turn. It does give Mr. Bill a few more outs now. To try to hit a 4 for his wheel.
Check. And around we go. Check.
Or just a better straight in general.
Another overcard on the board to Sean Louis' queens. Just happy to show it down.
Usually on the ref. How do I sleep? Yeah, I know you bumped it, but I should have fucking bumped it up. Yeah, the he raised, I just spotted him. I wanted to trap. But then the ace comes on the flop. You know what I mean? Ace comes on the flop, and you know.
Yeah, loud.
King, exactly. Yeah.
I'm gonna bet like small bat. Oh my god.
If any one of them has bet, I probably.
Alright, we got a straddle 10 to go. 30 from the 7. Fold 8, 9.
30.
Call. Fold. Alright, we got 5 of them.
8 queen 7 flop.
Check.
Great flop for JSapp, 2 pair.
Check 7. Check.
Backdoor to hearts for James.
And around we go. We got 5 y'all.
4 on the turn.
That's a second flush draw on the board. Not anything anyone has, but
And Mr. Bill also has a straight draw.
Fold 6.
Try to hit his 10 to complete a straight.
Fold 7. Fold 1. And call. 3.
Instead, it's complete blanks. JSapp's going to have the check mark with his 2 pair, 8-7.
and he definitely feels like he has a check mark here with the way the action's played out. Just a question of what will pay him and how much. And given what Bill and HN have, the answer to that, both those is no.
Yeah, nothing much. None at all.
Attention players walking away from table 22, please return to your seats and then begin short-handed. Thermal walking rule is now in effect. Please return to your seats, table 22.
To go. Fold. 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 Wait, $20.
Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and fire out 20. Queen Jack offsuit. John's going to be in there with pocket sixes. Ace King for JSapp. HN 9-8 suited, and he's going to raise it up.
90.
3-bet to 90.
All right, my assessment of JSapp is just he's up and doesn't want to lose it back. Just calling the pre-flop raise with Ace King.
Yeah.
8 more minutes.
He just doesn't want to build any pot bigger than he has to.
Yeah, it's late in the night too. I think that's a pretty good assessment. Sean Louis has gotten up. Looks like he's coloring up the reds. He did leave the rest of his chips on the table there. HN now the beneficiary of flopping 2 pair.
Similar to a JSapp situation, not much of a hand out there to pay him off.
Once again, we're close for a new 200 game on table 41 from BLD, T, KG, Andy Dowd, Dean, Natasha,
Loose call, loose call.
and Law.
I think somebody just got straight flush.
That's okay.
Nah, I'm joking.
It's kind of messed up.
7 more minutes.
$2.99. $2.98 for you.
I'll give you $100.
That's such a big deal. Big discount.
Would you take 150?
160. I went around you, Sean. I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw you around you.
At least like a.
I saw you, but it didn't register.
Probably 200.
I saw it.
Yeah, 200. That's like
possible. Have to go. Go back from 2. He's not in on $20 from 3. Call in the 6. So raise it up. Let's go 120 now from the 7.
John bumps it up to, or excuse me, James is the one that 3-bets it. 120.
Going for the squeeze with his offsuit Broadway hand.
JSapp, though, suited Broadway hand, is going to go ahead and call. So we're going to be heads up with James and JSapp. Ten, 5, 4 flop.
Hundo.
James going for the pretty normal round 3rd pot C-bet.
JSapp does fold it.
6-7.
Thank you, appreciate it. Very good.
This table can't stop talking about 6-7.
No, they can't.
Anytime the flop is even decent for it, they Someone seems to mention it.
Dan and Law. 2 on the public table 41. Please take your seats at this time and when I get cards up in the air.
This is 59. You talking about cash or just in general? Are you including the pit, just poker? Or we got 70? Yes, sir.
70 tables?
70 total. Fold 7, 8, 9, 1. 10 to go.
Yeah, I want to say 70 cash tables and 23 pit tables.
Here?
93 tables in total.
Yeah, we have a total of 70 cash and tournament tables, which can all obviously be used for cash.
Yeah.
Very big room.
Biggest room in the state of Florida,
Better than mine.
as far as card rooms go.
Yep.
Leave this room. Right here. The last one, right?
Sean Louis just said it's this hand is going to be his last hand.
Okay, I'll show.
You have no chance to fold.
No chance to fold? What about when is my option? I can't fold it?
No.
Okay.
We only go all in or fold. That's only two options.
We raise, man.
We got to straddle the one.
If you have 6, 7, you have to go all in. Okay. Like.
Straddle 10 to go, call too.
Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and call with his Queen 10 offsuit. Oh no, and JSapp has the aces. We saw what happened last time. Aces were out and about, got destroyed.
Yeah, his aces got beat by queens.
Yep.
Even the gamble.
And Sean Louis.
Sean Louis with suited connectors. Got to get in the mix.
Oh, yeah, he's got to get in there.
Four-way flop coming up.
Spin the gamble.
We got 4 of you.
9-8 suited.
Oh no, Mr. Bill with Broadway and JSapp with top set.
Aces no good right now.
This hand is going to be very rough.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
For me and Emily.
Mr. Bill check raising small, just a 200 total on 75.
I had 6, 7 less speeds to the side.
JSapp going to call it.
Because he just flopped the set.
Speed. Boom.
Super safe turn card for both. There's really just nothing left for JSapp here but to either pair up or Broadway for Mr. Bill, and he's checking. Sneaky.
For some reason, I think you have to
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And ace is no good for JSapp once more.
And I was like, nah, something tells me it's going to
It's a good instinct. Very good instincts for JSapp. But yeah, aces no good tonight.
Did lose the minimum.
He's gone.
I'm out.
He lost the very minimum on that.
Yes, I can.
The very minimum.
I still lost what?
Once we walk
but
out,
so what?
you know.
You didn't lose
I was,
2,000.
I had tripped, and I was hoping the board paired because in the back of my head I was like, he's got it. I thought he had it initially.
I would have lost everything.
You as well. Gentlemen, 6, 7 in the history books.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
5 to go. Hey, don't call
Well, Sean Louis going to call it a night. Well, let me tell you how much. So Sean Louis is leaving. Let's go ahead and tell you how much. Oh, they already. Rip. Oh well. I want to say he was up close to 3K though. I want to say that's where he finished out. Maybe he was like 25K or 2,500.
I think it was in the range of 2,500, 2K to 2,500 up.
Yeah, he did. So I'd say 2,500 for Sean Louis. He finishes up. Mr. Bill collects a pretty decent sized pot that last hand after flopping Broadway. But unfortunately, he's still stuck a max buy-in.
It's over.
The action's probably going to slow down a bit now with Sean Louis leaving.
The reality is
We are in the last 30 minutes of the stream as well.
We are.
Coming up.
We are, yeah.
And Mr. Bill had a chance to
He had a chance
make
to
a
get
big
more.
double up there, but missed out on about 700 on that river. A little unfortunate for him.
Yeah, tried to check it, tried to get trappy. Unfortunately, JSapp was able to snuff it out.
You could have 100. Pair with a straight jaw, and pair with a flush jaw.
You lost the very.
Yeah, I lost 500, but I'm kind of happy.
Okay, one more.
Absolutely.
All the 890. All of them. Oh, okay. His wasn't that much. 890.
Yeah, all aces have been beaten except your.
When he said I'm gambling.
Aces have not been beaten.
No, I'm not beat because I had quieted.
Yeah.
If I don't quiet it, I can beat.
Yeah.
I think he on the turn, he probably on the fast jaw and straight up.
I've had pocket aces like 4 times, I think, and I haven't.
Oh, you saw it?
Right? Yeah.
My best hand I've had is queen.
Yeah. Aces have not been good.
I haven't had.
Unless your name's John.
I haven't had.
I don't know, I can't. Just,
Fold.
if you had the quads, it's you. It's all you. You don't quad it up? I'm
Just 2 of you, chop, play, chop it.
I haven't had kings or aces.
Ready? Alright guys, that's gonna be my time. You guys got stuff coming in for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, right. It'll save you some money, right?
Players and viewers, time hand has reset, or
That's the problem with this game. Like sometimes
Not yet, probably like 3 more minutes.
having good hands.
So
and
they
just
just had to
don't
reset.
But the head's still going.
Promotion's still going.
Oh, yeah. Somebody could
There's a couple of hands that were in progress.
So once those are finished, I don't even.
You know, wait like at least
I don't know how high it
a couple minutes, like 3.
If the hand,
How does the bad beat thing work too?
so you gotta play both cards. Quad 8s are better and losing. So
I must have that.
and both parties has to play both cards.
And what is it? It said like 30 grand.
30 grand. I was close like 2 weeks ago.
You split it with the person though. The loser gets their.
The loser gets a big percentage of it.
Oh, but the whole table gets it or no?
Yeah,
A
there's
little
table
bit.
share.
Yeah.
I think they split like a 7,500 amount.
50% for the loser, 25 for the winner, and 50% table share.
Yeah,
Or
so
25% table share, sorry.
you want the smaller, you want the quad 8s. You want to lose in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other day I had King Jack of clubs.
You got the action.
And I raised, and pocket aces re-raised me.
Check 3.
The flop comes ace, check.
And queen 10?
No, ace,
Checks are
ace 10. Something else.
Oh, you had to cash out.
Of clubs.
check 2.
And then I turned the royal flush, check.
Oh, nice.
9.
Check.
50 in those 2.
I turn a royal flush,
Nice.
and if the
Oh,
river,
the guy have a bad beat. Like the ace come would be the bad beat. So
if the ace came, it did a bad beat. Yeah, but if the ace comes down the river, it did a bad beat. Quad aces got beat by a royal flush.
There's a button throw.
That was the closest I've ever been to a bad beat.
Every dog has it. Yeah.
4 3 8.
Hey, I thought you sold that to me for 200, right?
299, right?
Starts on you for 10.
Fold forward.
Nice, thanks. Congratulations.
Good win.
Thank you, thank you.
I was scared I jinxed you. After I gave you this one, you're like, it's not over.
Jacob
Yeah, it's hot here.
I got the royal flush, and then the very next half hour, I got straight flush.
You want it back to back?
Back to back.
It said on Fridays it's 500. That's crazy.
It was 500 when I yeah.
When is that?
Jacob, you know what I
On
have
Friday.
right now?
On Friday.
Like all that?
From like 10 until 5, and then they stopped from 5
You know
to
what
8,
I have,
and then
though?
from 8 till
I
till
dealt,
morning.
when I was doing St. Augustine, I dealt
I
Sammy
think so, yeah.
like a 7 high straight. And it held up for the high hand. I think so.
Huh?
He's like, I'm gonna give you half if it holds up.
Yeah.
I buzzer beated it for Sammy. He got aces full of eyes. So he just locked it up. That's about it, though. That's what I got to offer. Hold 8, 60 in the 9. 60.
6-0.
Hold 2, 3, 4. Call 6. Hold 7. One more line. Heads up. It's the last down.
It's a good game.
David J not flopping a pair here, but flopping the next best thing with the nut flush draw. Now turning a pair. Got a hammerlock on the hand now.
I was up a lot.
90.
I don't think you were.
Yeah, I heard Quinn.
And HN just done with the 10s at that point.
Pretty good enough. That's really good. I think you got the best flop ever. You're not going anywhere. No, never. That would have given a black card. I would have bet.
Yeah, that would have been a better flopping against his aces too.
Yep. I got 10s.
Straddle on the butt.
That's part of my night.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
I keep thinking today's Friday for some reason.
Cheers. Wish.
Right?
Call 2, fold 3, fold 4. Check.
Right, you don't work tomorrow, right?
Have to work.
What do you do? What do you do?
Me and the best.
I'm a scientist.
Heads
You're a
up.
scientist. Very nice.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's tough though.
Check.
Yeah.
How about you?
I manage a software company.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
What type of software?
We run software for court reporters.
Okay.
He's got a.
Are you good? Yeah.
The legal. I live down in Stewart. Like 4.5 hours out.
Okay, so are you just visiting?
What's that?
Are you here just to play or are you here for different reasons?
I'm here for different reasons. Been here for a couple months.
Okay.
Yeah. I was getting some medical treatment
Oh, okay.
at the University of Florida.
I went there, so good.
It is very good, yeah.
It's a good university for sure. I hope that worked out.
Yeah, tomorrow's my last.
Great.
20 in the 2.
All the best.
Thank you, man.
Second.
It's a great place.
Fold 3, 4. 7 in the 6.
I enjoy being there. Someone who lives there in Gainesville.
Fold 8, fold 9, call 2.
University.
Yeah. Yeah.
So been a little lull in the action. Last 30 minutes or so with Sean Louis leaving.
Mountain Hills.
Got a little something here going here. HN and Mr. Bill heads up to the flop.
It's what's the size?
Flop affords them each
So
pretty much nothing.
obviously, right? So it's a small city, but it's just so many people.
And just a bet and take it for the HN there. 3 betting light, getting a heads up, taking them down with a bet.
Obviously, you have all the college squads and a bunch of other stuff, cultural stuff. There's nature. The only thing I don't like about Gainesville, maybe not the only thing, but it's just everything else is far away. Like if you want to go to the city, it's like everything is like 2 hours away. So roughly, right? So that's like, oh, but honestly, I love it there. But it's weird because that place, you're getting older, but people around you stay at the same age. Once they get too old, they leave.
Yeah,
so it's the strangest experience. The longer you stay, the stranger it gets because it's like I'm getting like further away from those people. You kind of change, right, with life. Your priorities change.
You never really thought about that until you live in that place. Until you live in that environment.
It's such an odd feeling. Like at least I eventually just didn't feel like I fit in anymore. Like, because I felt like I could not like identify or relate to most people because I was like the 20-year-old college student that just wanted to get drunk anymore. And there's really not much else going on.
That makes a lot of sense.
Johannes, have you ever seen Dazed and Confused?
75.
The movie.
It's a movie. It's a classic movie.
My wife always
in the 6. You said a saying. Everybody has a famous saying in that.
What is it saying?
He's like, what I like about high school, the girls
I get older and the girls stay the same age. He's got straight. One of
Yeah, see,
You said almost exactly the same.
yeah, different. It's flipped around, right? But yeah, it's
true,
interesting.
though, yeah.
It's interesting.
I really like Jackson.
Oh yeah.
Like I grew up in South Florida. I grew up in like Stewart, Port St. Lucie area. And it's the first time I've spent a lot of time in Jacksonville. But I really liked it. And it's got a lot to do.
So Mr. Bill bluff caught pretty light there.
Yeah.
HN completed the straight.
I think Jackson is pretty good. Underrated generally.
Has some pretty good malls too.
Definitely a rough night for Mr. Bill tonight.
Yeah, Jackson, but you also have like St.
Bluffton.
Augustine. Yeah, it's not far away. You have an airport, which is not the biggest, but you can get around.
You get in and out of there. That's like
You have like you have the Jack's also better.
20 and 4.
Last season they were, so let's hope.
Call 6.
No, I mean it's a good thing, you know.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Call 7.
I really like.
Call 8. Fold 9.
I think it's.
Plus, you get a little bit of a change of seasons, right? In the wintertime, it gets a little chilly. It's not going to snow or anything.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a little chilly, but I guess it depends on your perspective.
Chillier than 5 hours south.
7 ways to the flop.
Wow, everyone here is suited other than Mr. Bill.
That's bad, yeah. Actually, I really love the winters in Florida.
6 ways.
Yeah. I mean, they are.
Don't know the flop yet.
Yeah, because it's not as the weather is
Oh, big flop for JSapp.
sometimes until like even
Flopping a straight flush draw.
Fold 8. Fold 2.
When I grew up surfing in South Florida, I remember getting a surfboard for Christmas and going through the beach surfing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Going heads up to this turn now. A few players with the 7 all folded. Just didn't like their hand 6 ways.
So I went to school in Gainesville for 5 years, and then PhD.
HN still has a gutter, has a straight draw.
For almost 5 years.
For him.
We're in California.
The card is a black 4, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like 4 spades. Yeah.
Both players with air.
That's a trick question, I know.
Just a question of how they're going to play their air.
It's a hard question to answer because it's not straightforward to answer. So
Small bet out from JSapp.
but I don't want to live there because
He's
the whole state.
He's caught out HM bluffing a few times by betting small and letting him raise.
There are problems where there's no solution to.
It looked kind of similar there, so HN didn't go for the bluff raise in that point.
So
problem is I don't have anything.
Yeah, cost of living, wildfire.
Well, cost of living.
I had the flush draw.
Is
I
it
thought you were
savory?
putting me on that.
And you know, like, so, but nature-wise, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, I love the Pacific Ocean. It's not as nice to go into it because it's way colder.
Very cold, yeah.
But just looking at it and the waves, I think it's.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's complaining on a high level, but you have mere woods. You have like again, you can drive down Highway 1.
20.
You have mountains. You have. You can literally go almost any direction.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's something.
That's
to
when I
discover.
like kind of played it. Like after
got mountains, you got
thinking in my
beach.
head.
It's inspiring and violent.
It's a pretty strong collection of hands here. 7s, 9s, king, queen suited.
They all looking like some startup.
Gonna go 3 ways to the flop for 60 apiece, it seems.
I mean,
60, I'm sorry.
so that part, I think is to some degree very interesting.
What did you
Yeah,
need the 8 for the?
So I'm like, I'm really happy I lived there.
I jack 9.
How long were you there?
You
Five
jack
years.
9, not suited.
I was before COVID, and basically now I can work remotely, so I.
And David J flopping trips.
He's flopped trips quite a few times tonight. Mainly with queens, this time though with kings.
Yes. And I visit 50 every 2 months. I go there.
Both Mr. Bill and JSapp's hands with their 2 pair, pretty good hands. Only one card can beat them on the board. So Bill betting out, and David J just calling. Oh, that card was close, but it's an 8 on the turn.
Yeah, it is an 8 on the turn.
Turn goes check, check. Is that another 8 on the river? Oh, it's a 10, pardon me.
Close enough. I mean, from that far, it kind of could look like it.
Yeah, but it was all around it. And David J going for small value here on the river, 75 and a 282. Probably just small enough to get a call from Mr. Bill. Nope, not even.
Second call, Tony. 1-2 yellow, Tony.
Yeah, I was trying, like, I've always wanted to go to Alcatraz.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I mean,
Yeah, guys, the other reason we haven't filled the seat
Like, I love
with this little time remaining. We only have about 10-15 minutes left on the live stream. So, you know, unfair to the player to fill the seat just for them to play for just a few minutes.
And like the ones and stuff.
They get stuck really bad, don't have an opportunity to try to make their money back, things like that.
And it's just, that was like awesome. And then they had, and obviously they had like all this crazy stuff going on there. They had like this escapes, they had like shootings. And I mean, this whole thing had like a mystery in itself, right? So, I mean, I thought that's just, I was blown away, and that's probably my favorite, like, tourist attraction.
Yeah.
And I think,
And then the Golden Gate Bridge has got to be really cool too. Like what's that whole,
yeah, I mean, it is.
the whole scenery?
Sunshine, 1-2 yellow, Sunshine.
Wow, Johannes with aces. HN has a gut shot.
1-2 yellow, Kelly Joe. Table 18, player in.
140.
Johannes is going to bump it up to 140. Aces have been cracked all night tonight.
Definitely a good amount of times.
Jen's going to call. Trying to spike that 7. So had the board pairs. So now 2 pair for Johannes.
Check 6.
Anthony, 5-5 yellow, Anthony.
HN is going to elect to check it now to Johannes.
Johannes has just been solid tonight. Nothing really crazy out of line.
5-5 yellow, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect with Johannes. I mean, he stays very close to the vest. Doesn't really get out of line too much.
Now check.
But however, HN on the other side of it raises it to 500.
Yeah. I don't think Johannes plays it this way to fold. He's seen the beating HN's been taking tonight. It's just a question of, I think in Johannes' mind, whether he wants to call, maybe induce HN's action a little more, or shove it now. That 4 card on the turn was probably one of the best cards for Johannes' hand. Hard to really give HN too many hands with a 4 in them. Or a monster like pocket 8s, pocket queens. Those are the only hands Johannes is worried about here. Oh wow,
He lets it
gives
go.
him credit.
Wow, HN.
Johannes with
bluff
basically
through.
one of the strongest hands he holds there, but giving HN credit for a monster.
What is the game?
Pretty surprising. We've kind of seen,
What's the cap for tomorrow?
but we haven't seen all of it, but we've seen some of it tonight of what HN's been playing it, and Johannes has seen that too.
5 to 3. 5 to 3.
Yeah, 500 minutes, 3,000 cap for 25 or 25.
3 cap.
Okay. You should do
25
25 here.
Like 25.
Answer, right?
Yeah, 25.
No, Saturday is 5 to 10. Yeah.
If you don't have a queen or open pair, we can get you 25.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
It's a ante.
25 is an ante, yes.
Yeah, it's ante.
Fold 8, fold 9.
Wow.
By the way, I do have an update. Again, we talked about day 1A being in the books. We do have official chip counts now.
Oh, nice.
Walter Matt, I apologize, I'm butchering this last name. Maselt I guess. He typically, he's a regular in the room, plays a lot of our 2-5 games. But he is the chip leader at 592,000 for his chip count.
That's pretty good.
Nicky is second, 391,000 for him. Hunter, that we just mentioned, third, 184,000 for his chip stack. And then rounding out the top four, Justin Bold, 183,000 for him.
What about Kelly Joe?
Who did late reg, basically. 156,000 for him. 8 of the final 12 players all are above 100K. Rex Rickers is the min stack, 63,000. But all 12 of these players are in the money for the final day for the main event of our Summer Swing Series. Another notable name, Jerry Nakashi, 78,000 for his chip count.
30 in the 225.
But yeah, those results are also posted on our Best Bet Facebook page. And we'll do it all again tomorrow for day 1B of our $600 main event, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. Mr. Bill with the pair of trays along with his flush draw that he has.
Yep, now Mr. Bill way ahead.
And 4 on the river.
Doing all right on the regular. 125.
But HN going to take it down with a bet on the river.
Yep, does bet it out. Mr. Bill not feeling good with the pair of trays. HN will scoop.
Like over 300 hours.
What time does game start tomorrow?
What kind of stuff do you work on?
6 o'clock tomorrow.
6 sharp.
Okay.
Do you want on the listing then for tomorrow?
I can't be here until maybe 7.
What number am I on the list for Saturday?
Yeah, I get on. Oh, you might have. Okay, I got you.
I got a little late hours.
I hear you. No worries. Cool. How far down?
I probably come play. Put my name on the list later.
Fold 3, fold 4, 30 in the 6.
You're the starting game, Mr. Bill. Yeah, you're the starting game, Mr. Bill.
When I try to register early, you're going to let me do but 2 games.
That's the rule.
85.
Yeah, but I mean,
In the 7. Fold 8, fold 9.
after that fact, especially if I have a little bit of room, I can still throw it on.
85. I don't think a single flop happens without a raise.
Yeah. Really?
Okay.
I can't think of any.
Call 2.
Here?
Yeah, tonight.
10 minutes ago. Yeah, when I'm here, I'm not going to play 5 bucks.
You're always going to raise.
Call 6. Especially on like the stream, I feel like.
There you go.
You know what I mean? It adds to like wanting to like raise. I don't know.
I think it does.
Check 2.
100.
Hundo, 60. Fold 7, fold 2. In the beginning, the guy who was sitting here, me and him played like every hand, I feel like. He played every hand. I tried to like not, but there was a run of cards that I just kept getting like 2
4 times.
He keep beating you, yeah.
With 3.
Like with the queen 4 against queens.
Queen.
Ace queen against queen 7.
Yeah,
it's like you completely dominated. It's like, yeah, you lose.
I lost.
Yeah. Queen 3 and
Queen 3 against pocket queens. Or against ace queen.
Big one, Mr. Bill. Yeah, he had pocket. One time he had 4s too, I think.
He had queen 4.
Yeah, that's all.
And I had ace queen. And a queen was on the board and it turned to the 4.
Fold 3, fold 4. 25 in the 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Appreciate that. Because like in my head I was like, I'm playing way too many hands. Like, call 2. You know what I mean? Like,
He played every single one.
Yeah. But he kept raising, and then I would be like sitting there with like this queen. How am I not gonna call? Like, and then I call 2.
Wow, Mr. Bill aces. Now he's got the check mark as the turn does come out at 9. Jack on the river. Mr. Bill will get the check mark here. That's 100.
Looks like every draw, we probably hit it. Good hand. I don't have any aces.
Pick up some heads.
Looks like we got about 5 minutes left in the live stream, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for tonight. All right, so there's the announcement. Final 3 hands.
Final 3. What's that? Final hands of the night. Oh, these are final hands? First
No,
one.
we're doing final 3.
Final
last
3
hands.
Oh, last 3 hands.
All right, last 3 hands of the night.
Guys, just do us a favor and don't rack up until that last hand is complete.
Even if you're not in the hand, just... Okay.
I play 2 hands.
You gotta play it blind.
Hold 4.
This is where I accept. Late.
Final 3, 45.
45 in the 4, 6. Hold 7, hold 8, hold 9. 45. 45. Call.
Bill, can't you ever fold?
The answer to that is no.
Listen,
Not this late in the stream.
I like it.
Oh, pair and a flush draw for Mr. Bill. This could be a big action hand.
And HN does catch a king on this flop.
Oh, wow. Bill only calling.
Now the board pairs.
Not the type of turn Mr. Bill was looking for.
HN's going to bet 100. Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and call.
Curtis, 2-4 in the bottom, Curtis.
And a flush completes for Mr. Bill.
175.
175 in the 6.
And HN bets 175. And Whoa! Mr. Bill threw in a bunch of black chips.
It's like 600 or 700. No HN, no takesies back.
No takesies back. He knows. He's just messing around.
Yeah.
7 deuce.
Good hit.
Suited 7 deuce.
Big difference.
Yes.
The suited was all it took this time.
That's how my life is.
So that,
HN so that's how my live stream's been.
I only win, but I only win like on the turn or on the pot. Little pot. If it goes to the river, usually I lost.
9 deuce.
It's out.
4-way action, all and
You still have chips.
Tell him, man, tonight it's gonna rock tonight.
You didn't have to rebuy.
That was pretty funny. All right, so we got 2 hands remaining now
No, I'm not.
in the live stream. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow, 2-5, deep stack with the $25 big blind ante. We'll get that live stream running around 6 o'clock tomorrow.
I don't think I heard mention of a bomb pot today.
No, there was
I know there was not one played, but
No,
not
I
even
don't-
a mention.
I mean, and also to be fair, I mean, the game's just been that good too.
Yeah,
It just didn't need it.
for the most part, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, Sean Louis left, and then the game kind of died down a little bit.
On the whole, it's been very good.
40 and 60 calls.
I would
So-
say
65.
quality 2-5 game we had tonight.
I agree. So, ooh, that was a big flop. Ace 4-3, 2 spades. John bet 65 flop. HN called, or 60 flat. Check, check, turn on the 6.
Good. Goodness.
And they just checked it down.
Yeah.
No bluffing.
I got the 6.
I got it.
Yeah, I
HN couldn't get there like Mr. Bill did on him.
Yeah, I get you.
You guys want to do a $25 bomb thing?
As you mentioned,
No.
last hand of the night.
Can we do one more? Right?
No, that's the last hand.
Last hand. Button started on him.
That's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, let's last hand, Seth.
No more hands. Everyone do that? In the night.
Hey, both pot. Everybody's okay?
Yeah.
Everyone's good bomb pot?
Are you guys doing single board or double board?
Just 25 and then
25 and then we don't bet.
One more, 2 more.
That's what I'm asking. Whatever you guys want.
What do you guys want?
Can't get PLO.
Two board.
Huh?
Two boards. One
board.
board.
Two board. Come on, man.
We're trying to figure out. So we're gonna do a bomb pot,
Okay.
one board or two
boards,
boards.
Two.
To play on.
Yeah, whatever you guys like. So they're gonna.
They said PLO.
No, not
No, that was a joke. That was a joke. Just hold them. I got you 25 here.
Mr. Bill was about to put his foot down and say, no, 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 no,
I'll
no.
do whatever you guys want.
I don't care.
We can do
But let's just get it done because I want to go home.
Just do one.
I think I got your 25.
Just do one.
Are we doing one or two?
He wanted one.
One, that's fine. One is fine.
All right, so it's going to be a single board bomb pot that we're going to do here for this 2-5 to kind of wrap up the night. It's kind of funny. We haven't had a bomb pot all night. And might as well, I mean, last hand. But let's see if Seth remembers to A, put out the flop, and B, burn. Ah!
He's done them both.
He's got it.
Oh no.
I don't care.
Oh no, somebody, oh,
There's
it's
some sort of double pitch or.
yeah. All right, that's a misdeal, unfortunately. Someone ended up with 3 cards by accident.
We'll have to review the tape on that one.
We don't know.
I don't know, but
Yeah, it's still a misdeal either way.
Yeah. Nothing that can be identified.
They do that.
We're gonna meet in the middle and we find out.
Every dealer chain,
there you
there's
go.
I mean, listen,
a guy that
it's still better than what Theo did.
person can request what.
Just saying.
Bomb pot.
I'm supposed to be
And they can,
Small
a
blind.
lot of people want to play double board PLO, so it's actually quite a lot of fun.
Anyone have any pockets that last time?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
All right, so here we are. Let's try this again.
Who's got ace?
Pair of
That's a
aces and
pretty
a
low
10.
action bomb pot.
Yeah,
flop.
who's got the ace? Somebody's got an ace.
Check 4, check 6, check 7.
Gonna check around. Ah, James has the ace, but he checked it.
Ooh, playing a little slow.
Sneaky, sneaky. King on the turn.
Check 4, 60 in the 6.
Now James is gonna, or no, HN, excuse me. With 2 pair.
Raise 260.
And then James is gonna go ahead and rip it. Raise it to 260. It's going to fold around to HN. And HN is going to go ahead and fold, and that's going to be it there. James takes down
Last hand.
as he does have the ace. All right, guys, that's going to be it for tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Here are the final stats as far as, look at that, John up almost 3K. Got that one huge pot against Mr. Bill. Earlier. JSapp's going to finish up 1,000. David J, relatively even. Same with Johannes, loses even. HN worked his way up a little bit, still stuck a little bit. Poor Mr. Bill and James, they were the most stuck tonight.
Yep, and not listed were David, about -15, and Sean Louis up about 2.4.
Yeah, as I say, like 2,500 for Sean Louis. But that's going to be it tonight. Guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow. 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack with the $25 big blind ante. We'll start that live stream at 6:15. For our dealers tonight, Seth and Jacob. Trey, any final words from you?
I'm in the box tomorrow. Root me on.
There we go. Trey is going to be the dealer tomorrow. It's going to be, I believe, Trey and Jacob dealing tomorrow. And it will be myself and Mike Kruger commentating tomorrow for that. So that's going to be it, guys. We'll see you guys then. Thanks for watching. Thanks for liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching.